Hello guys.
Select your
Okay, let's see. What am I gonna adventure into? Could maybe just do an Odin game. Start with something strong. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do an Odin game. Kinda feel like playing it for once. While I was asleep, I noticed that my power went out. Because when I woke up, all my light were on. That usually means my power has been out. So hopefully that doesn't happen again during the stream. I imagine it wouldn't. I mean, they said they fixed it, but you never know. That shit can just happen. Again. But I'm happy it happened while I wasn't using my PC at least. Ugh. Even though it hasn't been that long since my PC blue screened while I was streaming. It's been like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, some shit like that. A Willig was a pretty damn good pick for them here, actually.
Odin.
I don't think I want to use base Odin until I have Radiant. The Radiant is too clean. Keep using the Demon one. I am tempted to go Beats this game into that team comp. Not having Sunder for objectives though might suck. Let's see what Ganesh does. If Ganesh goes Sunder, then I might go Beats. Buy something. I need to know. I think Sunder is probably just gonna be better overall anyway, but yeah, fuck it. Just stick to Sunder. It's gonna hinder my laning phase as well if I don't go Sunder.
Yo, hello.
Minions have spawned. Retreat! Yes.
Let's just grab the small ones. I'm clearing it. There was the small risk of him trying to invade as well,
top right side.
but I think it's okay.
Take a better obsession. Play safe. Explode.
Olix is here. Just watch out. I mean, right there, but be careful on the right side.
Hello, because me.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Enemies in right lane. Attack left lane. Attack left lane.
Your heart is pure.
We were lucky he TP'd back out. Otherwise, I don't think we get that kill.
Olix is right here, boys. There you go. You have vision on her.
Your right
She may come from
So-
below. Yeah, she might do that. Never mind. She's just wasting time.
We are 5, we are just taking care of our...
She's in mid. Olix going top left hand side. Right there.
your right tower is under attack.
He's been back, right? Yeah. Probably shouldn't fight him.
Enemy spotted.
Merlin might be here.
They're coming to
He's
you.
back
Be
in.
careful.
Can we not invade this?
Yeah,
I mean,
we
I have
can-
my ult. I'm charging ult. Ult in the mirror.
Yeah, go Ymir.
Oh, never mind.
Been slain.
Nice job.
Wash them away.
Olix is crossing top right side, by the way. Right here.
Okay.
Like, she's just right there.
Pushing QSPs, right?
Is under attack.
Olix is in mid. Merlin is on the back camp, so Willix is going top left hand side right there.
Being able to get the imp solo is great. Some good XP.
They're coming.
You can fight.
I don't have all boys. Be careful on the right side. I haven't seen a Willix either. Ah, there we go. Be worried with Merlin. I don't know if he's gonna rotate. I doubt it, but yeah, nice one. Gold? Surely.
Yeah, we can.
Surely. Merlin dash.
You flickered it.
Oh,
I flickered in, yeah. No beats on him either. Coming. Actually, I'm gonna hold him. Hold him.
Ult him.
Yeah.
I don't have mana. Sorry.
Never mind. We'll just chill.
Out of mana. Oops. Yes.
Jack's been missing for a while, so keep an eye out.
Let go of your pride, you will suffer.
I mean, just you can farm it out on the left side anyway. It's wasting time if he's coming. A Willix crossing towards the left hand side right there. Back in.
Hi.
I have ult for left.
Merlin is going bottom right
TP.
side. They have a ward there. I don't have ult for 20.
Oh, Willix to 1 HP.
Oh yeah, he's 1 SP.
I'm chasing him.
The rain shall wash them away.
You kill this guy?
I can bait him by the way, Torn.
Nice.
He's
man.
not chasing.
We can.
I'm on a phone.
Do you need help with these?
Up to you.
Nice.
Has been slain.
Nice one. You can have it.
I am so out of mana. Hello, Ram. You're gonna jump in the queues. It's a pretty decent queue at the moment. We're kind of like stomping for now, but in terms of players, like it's not that bad.
I will war. Your left tower.
These are spawning now, by the way.
Emir coming.
Alright.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ah, he's got one sadly.
Yeah.
I will just CP'd right.
Okay, shell.
Shell down on you, Mia.
I shouldn't have bad. I didn't
Alright.
realize I just need 100 gold.
You know what?
No.
Let's try. Oh, never mind.
I don't know if he has comms on, but I did mention that.
Until you let go of your pride, you will suffer.
I can't get anything.
Do you have any thought?
No, I don't. 460. I used the mid.
Where is she?
Just backing over here.
Ah,
We just kill him
Emir.
here.
Okay, never mind.
It made no shell, by the way.
He's coming.
Yeah, if you dash him, he dies.
I'm coming right side as well.
Everything is complete.
Yeah, that's fine. Merlin is right here.
Can I join? Yeah, maybe
Willix is
not.
crossing towards
I mean,
the left-hand side right there.
I think it's worth a shot, but yeah, they might be on the edge. I don't know how. Like, I don't know this person. But yeah, I would probably guess that most people here are around 5k. But at the same, like, I'm 5.2 right now because I've lost so many games, man.
MTP.
Yesterday when I played last night,
I have ulti 4.
I've been on a
if you
huge
need it on
losing
the right
streak.
side.
So I think you have a shot.
I don't have eyes on anybody in mid at the moment.
Ymir is here.
Charging ult for right side. I'm ulting the mirror.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, never mind. It's whatever. I'm coming in.
Definitely can't
No
fight
flicker
Chuck
on him.
when he builds that.
But he's all the
It's
way
too
in the
powerful.
tower. I'll just look back.
Careful if you come through.
Alright. Oh, well, he's in mid.
I mean,
They're probably gonna be, yeah, they're gonna be ready for these, I think. They're definitely gonna be looking to fight.
We can get. Okay, we can get.
Maybe. I mean, I don't see the mid. Oh, he's just in front of me.
Tower is under attack.
I'll pull them. See what happens.
Get wrecked by Ymir is in right jungle.
I'm all in mid. I'm gonna drop red and then I'm gonna back. I'm no issues, Orin. Watch out now.
Yeah, it's okay.
You want it?
no, you can take it.
Might is Ymir all the time in the right lane.
You can need that him in mid. Get his speed.
Sure. I don't see him
Where
at
is
the
he?
moment, unfortunately. I don't see him. Oh, he's all the way there. He might be coming in. He might be coming to you. No, he's sitting in between tier 1 and tier 2. Ymir is coming from below, by the way. Ymir is
We're
going to
gonna-
be walking in here. I rooted him. Charging wolf for right side.
Coming
Gonna
right.
ult to Willix. It might have flicked to the other guy, to be fair.
No vision on Chuck.
Yeah, it did flick to the other guy.
Does he have ult?
He have ult, probably.
I'm back.
Oh.
Your left tower
I really see. I mean, Ymir.
He did both. That sucks. I'll just stick around until I can finish up my item here.
Oh, Willix is here, by the way. Whoops. I don't have beats. I literally put my beats on my 3,
I
unfortunately.
have active beats. It's okay.
Okay. Charging all for him.
enemy has been
I'm gonna ult
Dead,
Willix.
probably.
Yeah, stay, step.
I'm
I
rotating
have
over as well.
cooldowns on everything.
Never mind. Thank you.
Nice.
Nice one. I wanna kill all of those.
Careful for Chuck, he might rotate too.
I moved the 5 because
It
I
is what
don't
it
have
is.
cooldowns.
Wanna back
Let's just
up.
hold down.
You think
Yeah,
one big
let's back out.
block?
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We just got his ult.
Farewell. Take flight.
Dude.
I'm checking for him on the left side. Never mind, I'm not. Fuck them. You guys go. Do I?
They do gold probably. Can we do Pyro?
I mean, fire. Fire is spawning in 9 seconds. Surely we just do fire.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Correct.
My Sunder's back up.
Alright, well, let's do it.
Stack up for my attack speed buff.
Don't need it. Don't need that pitiful little thing. Come on now. Charging
Ah.
for Merlin. I'm charging you for him. Ulting Merlin.
I'm gonna blink on him.
I'm tank tower.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I'll
with
get
you
him.
boys. I'm doing power.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
We can get this guy too. I got bumped for tier 2. If you want to. Oh, you're helping. Why am I ult up? If you want to go in, feel free to go in. Ah, not the mid though. Fuck that. Yeah, never mind. I'll get speed.
Let's get the mid tower.
I'm charging wolf for this guy. I'm ulting him. That's a beast.
Kingway ulted.
Yeah, careful boys. We kinda need to get the mid tower.
Let's have to go Ymir.
Enemy has been slain.
No, this small knockup got me out of the dagger. He got dagger, boys. Careful.
Alright.
Fuck, man. That little knockup on the fucking stand swap on Merlin. Fuck, man. I think I fat fingered something else first, which sucks. Also, he healed the first time. What even healed Merlin? I don't think he would have died to Bluestone anyway, but I saw he got like a one small little bar, like, back. Because this doesn't have... He doesn't have anything, like, any lifesteal. He has a heal in his kit?
Merlin,
Okay. Guess I didn't know that. Is it his flicker? It might be his flicker, then.
You have ult?
That's so
Charging ult.
unfortunate, though.
Yep. Holding him.
Your left tower is under attack.
Chingwei just landed right there. Nice.
Shall wash them away.
Merlin is there as well. I mean, you guys should be able to like get him. Merlin, no flicker.
Enemy has been slain.
Chuck is
You're
alone.
done for
That
him?
guy's alone. That guy's alone.
Oh, maybe right push. We have minions.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
We can go mid at the same time.
Give me his hair, and if Chalk backs, I don't think we
Okay.
can.
Sorry, Wolfie, I have nothing to say to you.
No, I mean, like, there was. Unfortunately, I beat about like 4 business day later, so it is what it is.
I have Shalom cooldowns and everything.
Do the
Can do
pyro.
pyro.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
All in right.
On my way.
coming. No, they're looking for a pick. Watch out here. The Willik's all down.
I'm here.
How does Chuck have?
The Willik's no ult. We should be able to fight this.
I fight this.
Yeah, we should be able to fight pretty easily. Keep going. Marlo.
Freeze down.
I'll be on him here for now. I'll just stay on him here.
Just come here.
They're in the ring, but a lot of shit down. I just overchased, I guess. I was looking for a good ring.
Careful, I can't really help with that. I can come back in a second.
I'm placing myself really bad in these fights. I gotta just position myself better. I'm just kind of jumping in, looking for a good ring instead of really thinking about what happens when I land.
They're coming to you, I think.
Did I have relics?
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's best just to get out.
Yeah, just get up.
Fire is up as well. We gotta prepare for that.
Can we do this? I have Nagos. Or they have a Warden. Ah, maybe not, I guess. Whatever. I'll back for fire.
Yumi is a pain in my ass this game as well. Like, every time I go in, I just get insta-frozen. I can't really jump, so I have to somehow get in there without jumping. Unless I know freezes down, then I'm okay.
Backing forwards, maybe.
I'll defend against Jing, I guess.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under
I have ult for her if you need it.
I'm coming to right.
Yeah, I'll try and chase her. She's up there.
Your right
This here just
tower is
helped
under
her.
attack.
She just dashed away. I don't think I can catch her, but I'll keep chasing.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, we should be able to get gold, right?
Yeah.
Especially since they're waiting so much time. Because they're not going to defy. I mean, I highly doubt it. I'm on gold. Watch out.
Violence here too.
Charging ult, bro. Ah, never mind.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
I'm back in, then I'm coming to fire.
Let's finish this up before I grab my starter. I don't feel tanky this game, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting so shit on by all these. Granted, maybe I should have gotten a Spectral earlier instead of Nemean, actually. But I'm probably just gonna have to go Spectral this game. Otherwise, Jingwei's gonna fucking 3-shot me. Man, I feel sloppy this game, though. I made so many mistakes.
Enemy spotted.
Check on mid.
Jing is in
Surely we
right.
pull fire. Like, surely we just pull fire, right?
I
mean,
don't
you have a bomb.
Sander for this.
I was gonna
so
say,
be
you have a
careful.
bomb.
Yeah,
Oh
we
my
need
God.
that for this guy. You can use ultis when I go.
Yeah, charging ult. I can't see him at the moment because there's too many people in front of him. Give
They
me a
coming,
second.
they coming.
Charging ult, ulting. Fight here, boys. Fight here, boys. Like they're walking in. Willig's all down to the back. Willig's still behind. Watch out. I guess we just lose them. You have Kenneth there.
I got one of them at least. Yeah, but I don't think we fight that as long as that thing is in range. We should just chill.
Yeah.
Because he should win that trade for free. Then we're just risking it.
I mean, I thought that was an easy fight, but I guess not. I've literally just got one-shotted to begin with.
Has arrived.
If Hoye dies, we just don't have anyone that can actually kill the tanks. That's the main problem.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I suppose.
And low on Ori? Yeah, sorry guys, I'm not looking at the chat too much here.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. You will receive.
Did you miss Shell? Do we know?
We need to fire.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know.
They're on it.
It's 12k. 11k. 10.
They'll try to 50-50.
They walled. They're going for it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This guy's taking quite some. I mean, just look to poke. Ymir no free.
Come here.
I don't have my Sunder for this either. Fire is getting really low.
Ulting Ymir. Got Ymir. Can I get it? Get a Willix in.
It's
Maybe
fine.
we can keep fighting
Go
it.
chase? Yeah, we can chase.
Just play for yourself, don't die for it.
Running beats.
I have ult in 2 seconds if you can just give me a second. Right. Charging ult for Qingwei. Ulting Qingwei.
Can tank too much.
Yep.
Yeah, we just get the Phoenix, man.
That's okay.
Walter off.
That's all you. I mean, I can ult if anything, but. Or me at the back, but.
I'm ulting.
I'm
Let's go in the mirror. Kill him here.
Going
Kill
to
him.
me too, yeah.
You have stun? Go, Hunter.
3 seconds for stun.
That's fine. He's rooted.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, shit. 6 seconds by the one, the other
Nice,
fella.
guys.
I think we just end, yeah.
Yeah, we should be able to end. Nice one.
How fortunate.
Astounding.
Yeah, that was nice of them. Like, Jingwei landing on me knowing that I knew she didn't have ult. She just ulted away from me in the last fight, so I'm just gonna fucking ring her off then. I struggled for the majority of this game, though, I feel like. Like, in every fight, it was almost like I couldn't get a good ring, and in my desperation to try and get a good ring, I often just killed myself. Like, it didn't really work out for me. But that last fight was good. Like, once we had fire, like, it started going well for me. I had some good rings then. Even if it's just for baiting them to use stuff. Like, ring is such a low cooldown with that build anyway that I'm completely fine if I can just use it to like, blow a shell or, you know, whatever. Chalk is also just... So, like, I've been dealing with Chalk a lot lately. Like, last night, I'm going to show you guys as well here. This was my experience last night. I decided to play a little bit. Some of this is on stream, I believe. I think this is where I ended. No. Wait, was it? No, it was not. When did I last stream? I ended here. This was my last stream. So, I had a day off, which is like this stretch of games, I believe. And then the Nuwa game last night was where I started. With 3 losses. I ended on a win, which is just me being stubborn. I was like, I'm going till I win, fuck this. These games I played well, but I mean, I picked Nuwa in this one. I played like shit in these games. Point is, I've been on a pretty big losing streak off stream, except for like a 1 win or 2. So I lost a lot of SR the last few days. Looks like this one might be a dodge on the enemy team.
Select your god.
What do I even want to play? Pretty sure they dodge anyway, but... Alright. Let's keep going on Slay the Spire as well. Wherever I am at this point. Guess I need rest first. Great. The slime boss. And there it is. Nope. There we go. I don't really want to channel any frost. I want to keep my lightning for the damage. I don't want to ban, dude. I need someone else to get a bit more SR. I hate banning right now. Granted, I love getting the shit I don't want to deal with out of the way. But I hate picking my pick first. I want to think about it. I like counter picking, or at least knowing what I'm against. Hello, Bert. Good to see you. It's Ben Morgan. I saw it being picked. I don't want to deal with it. I'm sorry, Mendar. Is that you? I refuse. I can't deal with that god.
Select your
I'm sorry, Mendar, alright? I'm sorry. I saw Hades and Morgan be picked on the same team before. That sounds like something, a recipe for an absolute disaster. I can't deal with it, dude. It's like stopping my toe on purpose. Who wants to do that? I want to Modron, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna pick. I'm just thinking. I don't know what to play in my own lane. Everything's boring right now. How about Aspect Bacchus? I could try that, but I don't think it's that good. I think it's okay. I don't think it's strong in lane. But I think Aspect Bacchus is kind of awkward once you get to team fighting. Like, it's still just a Bacchus, right? Like, you interrupt his 3, once he jumps on you, you just kill him. Especially with the current ADC builds. He just doesn't stand a chance. It came up, like, a little bit. Like, here and there. During this meta, but I think it's fallen off because of the ADC builds being so powerful now. You need to have like a high mobility frontline, otherwise you're just getting absolutely destroyed by the Sunbeam build. But I might try it eventually, because I do think it is fun. Like, I honestly, I just never played it. I keep forgetting that it exists. I did the same thing with Ares, but I've played Ares a few times in solo now, because it's... I keep being reminded because he keeps being banned. Don't want that. Hello, Walder. Let's see. I mean, nostalgia goes sundered, but not having beads into their comp is still really, Really rough.
I require one of everything.
Of everything. Do I go regrowth? That is always my biggest question, Mordred. Because I do have a heal. It's just so weird and situational that I won't always... It's not a reliable heal. Even for just for proccing regrowth. It will be in lane, but once team fighting begins, brother, I'm never using the upgraded or like the second version of the two.
Okay.
On my way. Completed.
No
Cancel
worries.
that.
Retreat.
Be
We'll
careful.
just have to make up for it later.
Minions have
How the queue's looking? Alright. I mean, they are good. Like, these are good like players in the queues. Sometimes you'll have some outliers, though. Like, there's maybe 1 or 2 people that you can tell are below the general skill level of the lobby, but I think that's fine. I mean, can't really expect much better for Smite 2 right now. I think Adapting needs a new mic.
enemy spotted.
Bots that both are red and blue.
What a fucking loser.
I mean, yeah, he ain't wrong. It kind of fucks us. Damn it, dude. Thank God I have Bluestone, so it should be okay, but... Losing that XP always sucks. Just automatically behind. Fucking fantastic. Valid statement, yeah. It's like, just like, getting invaded is always just...
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck. So nasty. When are you spawning? Holy shit.
That should be right. Careful, right. I'm coming, I'm coming.
At least this lane is very easy early on. He also... Oh, he doesn't have Aspect, actually. So he doesn't have a heal at all. Outside of his lifesteal. He's going the long way. Actually, I can get some mana back with this. At XP wise, I'm still okay, so that's nice, but I gotta make sure that I get the next blue.
Enemy missing.
Some people say Yogi's necklace is broken. What do you think about that item? I think it's okay. Definitely don't think it's broken.
Bud's is going top left hand side.
That is so sad.
I'm coming again. Did he ult?
Yeah, he ulted, he ulted.
He's going to jump over the wall.
This beats.
Alright.
Okay.
I can't get to him, sadly. Oh, clean. Nice one.
I might lose my blue for it though. Safe, potentially.
He's going to left side. He's going to try to get purple.
I'll just give it.
The thing is with Yogis, to me, it just feels like a worse version of Contagion. Contagion just does more, and also gives you a shit ton of regen. If you're looking for mana regen, then sure. I mean, that's the edge that it does have on Contagion, but Contagion just feels way better in every scenario. Fuck, I should have made it into that wall. Wasn't close enough.
Ultimate is ready.
Made it for the
Maybe
wave
it's
though,
missing.
so worth it.
That's it here.
I'm coming to you guys, but I'm going to be a little bit light, so just play for yourself for a little bit up until I get that.
Enemy has been
Coming.
slain. Fabuloso.
What's alt?
What him away? Double
You
kill.
have made me so proud.
Let's go grab these. There is no way he got all three of them, man. I got the rocks, but I can't believe he actually just got all three. I think he got all three at least. Maybe I got one of them. Not sure. I thought Sunder would finish them off, to be real. I didn't want him to come in and Sunder, and now I realize he doesn't even have Sunder, so... Oh well. I'm still not, like, too sure on how big their health pool is, just with eye judgment, so I gotta still get used to that. At least that helps a little bit. Now I know I need them even lower than what I think.
Let me know when you want vision, by the way, Kenneth. I got the eye.
Okay. I'll try to get me right. Need to have up.
You can see the bot on the left hand side is coming to you right there.
Paleo all done. Why is the Huyi here?
Be careful.
Didn't realize it was Huyi mid. Bari ADC. Okay.
What a pity.
Bot is crossing to the right side.
Yeah, net.
That's his jump down, by the way. No jump, no ult.
Enemy has been
Let's
slain.
try this again.
Bot is on the right hand side, voice right there. Watch out, right.
Rival queen of
It also doesn't help that there's three of them, so it's kind of hard to see how much like HP they have when they're all grouped up. He's backing off.
Incoming. Okay. Go mid then.
enemy missing.
He's got no one.
Ward here.
Careful, boss is behind you, by the way. Boss
What
jumped on
should
the
I
left hand side,
build?
he's right there.
Think maybe a...
Ultimate is ready.
He doesn't have the heal. I want to try... Just do this shit. Fuck it. Like, you can't go very wrong with regrowth. It's just really good, and stats are also really good. I have to make sure that I'm using the second version of my one, though.
Behind you, Dola.
Enemy ultimate down.
Boss behind you on left side.
I'm coming.
Bot's didn't ult, so him probably wasn't down or wasn't up, I guess. Yeah, that went well. I mean, I also just finished my second protection item, so they aren't doing that much damage to me. And also, again, once again, like this
Wanna
is
jump?
this isn't a tank Pele, so she also ain't squishy.
I mean, he's there,
Or she
I was
is
gonna say.
squishy. He's full damage. That's just two
Boss in mid
assassins.
as well.
I can take two assassins as Mordred this early.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Yeah, I couldn't really commit to that. I was too low side lane.
It's fine. For some reason, has fucking spear.
I have 18 rocks. Mordred's great at killing the rocks once he has Mystical Mail online as well.
By the way, boys, they do have a lot of shred. They got 3 spears.
Yeah, I might be cooked late game.
Ultimate is ready. Missing.
Like, I'm gonna have to go for some fucking full mitigation build or something to survive their team comp.
Enemy missing left.
Ready.
No one's on boss here.
He's in right.
They're quite low on the mid tower.
Who would dive mid?
No ult on Hui, but he does have his jump. I'm coming around.
Enemy ultimate down.
Coming to him.
Tower is under attack.
Careful left.
Hui's here. That's fine. Like, you should be alright. We can get a mid tower.
Bot is in left.
Yeah, bot's backed and left and Pele rotated.
Your team has destroyed a
I gotta get out, boys. Soul you can, be careful there with the boss. I have TP. Do you need my TP on right side? I mean, I could come there. Oh, never mind. I mean, you guys are going there. I'll go back to mid.
That's her ult down. She's back in.
Oh, where did she go?
I think she backed in time. She was in the bush. That's just Bari for you. The one person on that team I don't have protection against. I'm Ganesh, I guess, but that doesn't really matter.
Gank right lane.
That is just tragic. She beats as well, so she should be pretty killable now. And her ult is a long as cooldown at that point in time.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies
Careful, right? She's TPing.
Pele TPing.
Behind us.
I can come to him.
Will you jump?
Ultimate is
Can we go on this guy on the right side maybe? Like he
Come,
should
come.
be pretty easy to kill. Where's he? Oh, he's right here. I can't really get him down.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
A boss jump, boss beads as well. Pre-ult. What's at the back? Help game at the top as well, if you guys can.
Boss jump in.
Job. Boss no jump there. He's 1 HP. No 3 on him either. Nice job.
Fuck.
You guys could do gold if you want. Everybody's there.
Do you guys need me to do it?
I mean, their DPS is kind of low.
It's
not
kind of
gonna
shit
lie.
DPS underneath here.
I'm coming.
It's 60% now.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely still hurt. Like, Barry was the main damage on me there. Probably just gonna go for an Onis.
Nice one.
As much as I actually hate having to do that, but at least I get the mitigation out of it too.
envelop you.
I went for Huyi because I noticed he dashed, or like, just jumped over the wall, so I figured he was an easy kill. I just also ended up having Barry on me that whole time, as a result of it. And then she ended up ulting him as well, which made the process longer than it needed to be.
I'm coming mid. Will you jump?
I'm dead, I'm dead. I mean, yeah, Hui jump and no ult on Ganesh, but don't worry about it. I've just been fucking lit to shit. They could maybe go pyro off of this.
What a
Ultimate
pity.
is down.
No vision, Barry.
I'll miss you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Or Pele, I mean.
That guy's gonna be very easy. to
Behind you,
kill,
behind you.
okay? Bari's right behind. Bari no ult on the left side. He's doing good damage with that. Nice one.
Play alive, play alive. I'll kill him.
I'm coming right, one more. I'm going back to mid. Boss was on the right side.
Help.
No.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can come mid.
Ultimate is
Yeah,
ready.
he's in mid. He's literally at the range of my tower. I would assume boss is here as well.
Ready.
My boss
He's
doesn't
still
have
going
ult.
up. I rooted him. We should be able to kill the Ganesh as well. I mean, they're just suiciding for me. Maybe a pyro angle? I don't know. Or you can farm, I guess. Whatever.
Enemy ultimate down. I'll attack middle lane. Attack the fire giant.
I definitely will go Nemean, don't worry. I just need Onis first. Because Barry, for some reason, is posing the
There's
biggest
someone just
problem for
over
me.
the wall there. It's just on the left hand side. I guess it just left.
I can just ult the Pele here.
If she's here, sure.
Yeah, she's down here.
Oh, she's still there.
He's not left.
Yeah, just left. Yeah. Can you cover mid, maybe?
That's her ult.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm coming to you, Moj. I'm mobile.
I'm backing.
Alright, we'll just back out.
Be careful.
Can I just top left hand side right there? I think they'll probably want to be going to red buff maybe.
On my
I'm coming right. I'm on
That's
my way.
here.
I'll try to get that. Yeah, I'll try to get that on my way. No jump on boss, by the way. No ult on boss either.
That's alt.
You go on top.
I can TP right if you want to chase
Bari
this.
here, right in front of me. Right here.
I'm TPing up behind.
I'm trying to get the Bari, but that's double dash on Bari. Nice shot. I'm going to stay on Bari here. I'll get Bari, don't worry. Boss just jumped in front of you, Kenneth. Nice. Gold Fury, maybe? Careful, you guys are quite deep.
I'm fine.
And we're quite low at the back as well.
Yeah, just go gold.
Yeah.
They're coming in.
I mean,
Or
you
they're
guys
around
should be
at
fine,
least.
right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
We're gonna stay on it. Watch out in the front.
Let's get a shield done.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm coming to you guys, my boy.
Your team has destroyed.
Hello, ult to the mid. Can you come to me, Kenneth? Just 1 HP. Reset fire, maybe? Or how we looking?
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm on reset anyway.
Yeah,
My,
we
my
can
Sunder's back up.
Just saying. Alright.
We have 2 Sunders. They don't have any. We should get this for free.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Nuggets as well. We can use them to tank if anything.
Where the fuck is Nemean? There it is. It's in the wrong shit. Emoji, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we just Sunder the second it's below 1k, then we should get it for free.
Come.
Oh yeah, plenty of time, fellas. Honestly. Only threat is bots, and he's in Narnia anyway. He just jumped on the right there side, so we should be fine.
I'm gonna kill the Ganesha.
Yeah, go for it. We'll stay on fire. It's alright, he's missed his ultimate. Stay on fire, just try to do it. Nice job. Get up, nice.
What for you?
Destroyed the fire.
Bari's on right side.
Middle tower is under attack.
You're alone, Kenneth, for now. Good ult, dog.
You can go here.
Yeah, maybe we can do something. Yeah, he's toast. Nice one.
Just push mid all different right.
Yeah, we'll keep on pushing mid.
They're backing.
Yep, all good. Man, our DPS is fucking atrocious.
They're backed.
We're doing our
yeah,
best,
there's
okay,
2 mid.
Wolfie?
Middle enemy tower.
Group up.
But yeah, I think we just get right towers first, right? Just push up right.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean,
I'm returning to base.
Group up. I'm on it.
I'll back, and then I'll come to right side. I mean, there's a Pyromancer as well, but like, I guess we just want to push right, I'm assuming.
I mean, I can solo push and you guys go pyro or something like that.
I mean, we're 3 in mid. We'll just get Pyro now, it's fine. You two should be able to push right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
Get into Pyro. It's fine, it's fine. No, you can push mid, honestly. It's fine. I mean, we got this.
Ganesha here.
Yeah, I mean, like, just do your thing, then.
Oh yeah.
Got this in it. We got a bomb as well, so we should be able to do something. I'm joining you guys in right side. I'm going to leave him in mid. I'm away. Good poke. Boss hold down. Boss is at the back. Might need help here. Boss jump down. Ganesh hold down as well. Careful at the back, You have Pella
Rooted
at the back
the
if
Pella?
you want to kill him. Yeah, just kill it. Hit the Pella. Nice job. I'm trying to walk up here. We can get a finish. Yeah, we can just reset towards mid if anything. Mid as well, fellas. We do have a wave there. It's a double wave stacked, I think. Ah, never mind. Should be enough still. I'm going to reset this in a bit. Resetting now. Careful with boss on the right hand side. Watch out there.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
Nice.
base.
Oh, we can go for gold. Yeah, just back out. We'll get gold here.
I didn't even realize dagger actually ran out. That's why I was so deep. Gotta keep an eye on that. But also, it's just kind of bait. Sometimes there's no reason to be more aggressive than you need to. Dagger is just fucking bait sometimes. If you fuck it up, you're just dead. Or you give them dagger. And instead, you could have done nothing.
They might contest this.
I'm just gonna ult him, he jumped. Actually, no, they're all here. Get out.
Yeah, I was about to say we can fight.
Ultimate is down.
Sorry.
Just look to poke, but don't die for it. Don't die stupidly here. Oh, perfect. We'll kill Ganesh.
Rooted the Hui.
Yeah. Hui is getting ulted. Hui is 1 HP.
Call me impressed.
Attack the gold.
Yeah, let's the gold. Let's the gold, and then we can reset to fire. Whatever.
I have 15 assists. Do I have the most assists in my team? I don't. Emoja still has it. Still though. Tragedy. On top damage. No kills.
Fit to consume both life and soul.
I'm just gonna go fire. Or on the
Have they
fire
tossed?
side at the very least. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
Ultimate is down. Wait.
That's
Yeah,
about
it
enough
was still
time.
down for a little while.
What a pity.
I'll drop red for you, by the way, can I? Because I mean, you're getting in anyway. I'm just sitting at the back.
Yeah.
I'll attack.
You can see the Pele, so if someone is going to come, they're just going to come from behind. So stay more central, if anything. Just watch out.
Your left
Oh,
tower
you all
is
done.
under attack.
You just see Ganesh, they're going to contest this. You still want to do it? What is
On
that?
my way, I have Sunder.
You know what?
missed
Yeah,
it,
we'll
huh?
do it. Just do it. It's all good. Nice shot. Pick
Just
up the
push left.
dagger. Yep.
Take this jungle back.
I had 2 wards on me. You can take those if you want.
There's a wave right there.
The tide.
The fucking wave, man! Get it! Oh, whatever. I'm coming. I got boss here on the side. I'm gonna pull the Pella in. Pella at the back. Pella no Aegis. Nice. Hui is at the back. Nice.
We can
I'm
just go
resetting
in.
this, by the way. Boss no ult as well, by the way, boys.
We had like 2 people actually getting the kills and finishing them off. He did end up having top damage though. No more top damage for me. A streamer that I watch started playing Hollow Knight because of Silksong coming out soon. And that shit has me fucking absolutely aching to replay Hollow Knight, but I have to just stop because I don't have time to replay it before Silksong. And I've already replayed it like 2 or 3 times. But I love that game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Not sure where to go here. Don't have much money, so I don't need the shop. I think I do the RG path as much as I can. Seems unnecessary to me. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's just because I'm watching it being played in front of me, I'm like, I want to play it too. So it's not so much that I want to replay it because of Silksong, I just want to play it now. But because of Silksong coming out so soon, I don't want to do that. I'd rather just save that lust for that gameplay for the new game. I don't need to do that. I think I'll just block as much as I can here. What the fuck? He gets that every round? Yikes. No, I don't think I want to do that. Oh shit, I'm banning. Why is always you three in the same team? That's just how it ended up, you know. I think we all have somewhat... I mean, to be fair, this actually never happens. I'm always against them. The last few days, I've been against them only.
Your God.
And never with them. And the few times we were together, we ended up throwing our games. Us being on the same team actually isn't... so it hasn't so far been that good of a deal. Or that good of a thing. It's been kind of rough. Maybe I do Bacchus this time. I'm also into a Wukong though, which means... that's kind of rough. But I think let's just do it. Let's actually get the Bacchus game going. Oh boy, their combo is already absolutely nasty. Oh my god. Dude, their comp is like... all those characters are ban-worthy. I hate their team comp. Some Wukong mid, that's great. I love that. I mean, I would have expected it not to be solo anyway. It usually isn't. But that does make it a lot more annoying for me to deal with, considering that it makes like he's harder for me to go on as a Bacchus. Just always gets away. Oh, it is solo? Well, that sucks. He's gonna outpush me super hard. His clear is so easy compared to mine. I have to use majority of my kit just to clear the wave. Fuck it, I'll do this one. Like, their comp is really, really good. If we get late game, it's gonna be fucking hard. But our late game is also really good now that we have Vulcan and Huyi. So I believe. I believe in us. It will be fine. And I think it is just another Sunder game for me. Oh, it's Jungle, Odin, Mendar, and that.
A potion! Just don't tell the flask.
A potion. Because me, do we have like a emote? Like HMM? Some type of... Like there's the long Pepe phase where he's like thinking. Pondering. I don't know if we have that one. But I like that one. What is your cooldown? 10 seconds. Do I have to level my one to get the cleaving autos? I think I do, don't I? We also not pause champ. Yeah, the thing is, guys, as long as Because Me is around, feel free to let us know if there is some kind of emote you want added. As long as it's not inappropriate. Pause champ's a default emote. Yeah, okay, so I do need my one leveled up. Okay, that's good to know. For science. Just grab the small ones here. He is clearing. I think I'll just finish this up then. Wolf is getting all his emotes as well. Now that's good. Make them all use them. Emotes are cool. They're just fun, man. I feel like a stream with no emotes is just kind of bland. I like emotes. I think they're a lot of fun. I think they add some fun spice to a stream.
You are chock full of surprises.
Enemy missing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right. Be careful, right. Enemies incoming, right.
Be careful.
On my way. On my way.
No problem at all.
They're in the bush. They're literally right down there. I'll plug the Ganesh, see if anything happens. Maybe I can pull someone out. Nah, we can't do anything.
I'm backing.
My clear's gotta be pretty good on these with my one.
Ultimate is ready.
Ragnar back in 1 HP.
Really wanted that red buff.
Enemy missing. Be right back.
Alright, fuck it. He's back. At least I can use regrowth on Marcus. Vital Lamp, not so much though. Doesn't really work as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
I'll go his dash. No dash on him.
I don't know what Odin is.
Never
Odin's there, I
mind.
can't help. Just get out.
Yeah, I'm gonna get combo. I'll try to.
Wukong ult
Finish
down.
ult.
Okay, I can try and gank him. Odin's gonna gank mid. They're so far up against the Odin, bro.
Be careful.
I'm ganking left.
Hey, bird.
Enemy has been slain. Fantastic friend. Your left tower is under attack.
Odin all down in mid.
Slain.
I'm backing and I can hold mid.
They could be on goal for you to be fair, but never mind. Come on.
I do wonder, maybe I built something weird, like Fatalities or some shit. Probably not. Like, Odin has his AoE slow, Wukong has his 2 for the AoE slow as well. So probably not.
Odin mid, I think.
Trying to think though, what could be fun to actually build? Maybe I do want to go for some kind of attack speed, but the only good item I can think of that would actually work would be Berserkers. Unless I actually go damage,
attack this.
but like if I still want to be
Yeah,
tanky.
sounds good.
Enemy missing left.
and confusion.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Was someone here?
Maybe Odin.
Yeah, okay.
Pete's done Agni. They're coming here.
I'm
Okay,
on my
can we
way.
fight?
I'm going to try to like. I'm really far
I'm
away.
strong.
I'll try to.
I don't see them anywhere.
Agni's a mid.
Maybe they were not coming down.
Should have
I'm coming
sundered.
left.
I'm gonna back. I'll
Alright,
bow.
why not?
He jumped in right.
The one time I'm like, I'm saving my sunder, he shows up.
Yes, Spectral on Odin.
A sharper sword, a sharper smite.
I'm gonna show.
Ally has been slain.
Wukong is flying over as well.
No
Keep
cage,
an eye
by
out.
the way, here. Cage down.
Careful, Wukong is there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You guys can
So
maybe
slowly making my way there.
He has no ult, this guy. Neither does Ganache, to be fair.
He's room.
I'll check the buffs.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Agni just dashed towards the left hand side. He's back in mid now.
Behind you, Odin. He's diving.
Odin, yeah, Odin all down again.
I'm coming mid. We'll kill him after.
Knocked him out, holding him.
You can kill
Agni
Odin.
just dash behind, Agni dash behind you. Agni no dash right behind you, boys.
I'm
Right
here,
here in
I'm
front
here.
of me. Knocking him up. Nice one.
Can I shoot dash?
Yeah. Do you have a stun? I'm not going to block him, I'm just going to wait.
Surely, yeah, they got him.
You guys got him. Nice. Pyro?
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Be right back. Your left tower is under attack.
Bacchus is really good at killing the imps, for sure.
But Odin's got Thunder, although he's going to be really tanky, so I'm just saying he should be fairly easy to CC chain up.
Enemy missing.
Your right tower is under attack.
I vault up if you pluck.
Yep, there you go.
Enemy missing.
That's his ult as well. Excellent. I mean, we might be able to do pyro or gold off of this. I do have a bomb. I'll just pill. see what happens. Or you guys ganking right? What you doing?
Running at this guy.
I'm resetting them.
Wukong all down again.
I'm on my way. I'm trying to get to you.
He's poked.
Yeah, I'll try to like walk in. He's really far away from me, to be fair. Good try.
He shoot it all. They're diving mid. I'm gonna back and hold mid. I have TP.
I'm gonna make my way to mid. That is gonna be spawning. You should be able to get that on your own, I think.
Let's see what I'm buying here.
Oh, never mind.
What did it
Odin's,
right?
I'm trying to get to you, but
I'll TP right as well. No, that's no second dart. First tower.
I'm on the way. If he chases, we can kill.
he is still chasing. Don't turn, don't turn. Oh.
He jumped.
Blocking him. Oh shit. Careful with Kali. Kali does a lot of fucking damage.
It's beats.
Nah, I can't go into that. Be careful.
Fuck, man.
Agni dash.
Agni's quite low. Yeah, maybe you can get Agni. Nice one. I'm coming to this.
He shouldn't have an ult yet. Oh, never mind. Just
Oh,
up
there
there
we
already.
go. Don't matter. I'm backing.
I definitely think I,
I
have
do
to
have
go for
TP. I
this
can
early.
TP to Pyro or to Gold if anything. If you guys want to fight that.
Yeah.
Like, Ganesh
I'll
pops
TP through mid. And
Spitter up so easily. I feel like I have to go.
I'll
for
just
it.
run pyro.
Pyro? Oh, I mean, we can do it. Or yeah, actually, I kind of like that a little bit more. Do that.
Odin will
Are
go
you
there with
close
Sunder,
enough?
though.
I mean, will he?
It's Nika. I mean, he'll probably check.
I don't know. Fine, whatever. Someone else needs to take this. By the way, I can't take two.
I'll take it.
Has destroyed the pyramid. Confusion. No.
Odin is here. Careful of mad.
I'm backing. I got
He
that
is
mid.
dead. He is dead. Can I shoulder? They're making their way towards gold, by the way. They're going bottom right side. No Agnistan either.
We're doing F3.
I mean, what do you think? They're on gold.
I can.
Was it?
Got a double bomb.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let me hold it. Hang on.
I'm coming as well. They're coming in, though.
Nah, they're coming. They're coming. Like they're coming. Just like that.
Can we look for a fight
Accident
instead?
It's okay. No worries.
He's kind of isolated. Just go for him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, this guy is isolated. He dashed in as well. Like, I'll block him in a second. Block him.
The rain shall wash them away.
B's down on him. Just get the mid tower. You have Wukong from behind, by the way. I'm going to. Odin here as well. Odin here. Odin is isolated, by the way. He's right there. Going below. I mean,
I'm
he's
just
going-
gonna back in.
Fuck that.
You're
Yeah,
right.
whatever. It's a waste of time.
Akali's there. Careful. I'm not there now.
Like an art.
Odin jumped in.
I think this guy's dead, yeah. Wukong go down as well. Be careful, man.
Are you okay, mid?
Maybe.
You're fine,
I'm
yeah.
on the way.
Wukong is chasing me.
Coming too. I'm coming. Careful there.
I'm fine.
I'm backing.
It's tough. Like, in a situation like that, if I actually have a god that can fight, like Hercules or Achilles or whatever, just something like that, I can actually fight Kali there, but because I'm playing Bacchus, it's so gonna be pretty much impossible, I think. Maybe some ADCs I could fight, but Kali just... Nope. Not as Bacchus.
We're
My
gonna
f-
center an F3.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have this fucking bomb to be fair.
Let's walk on
Yeah,
left and left.
I'll grab some words when I'm back next time.
I'm trying to kill the Wukong with you. I don't know if he has Alto. I think we can kill him in a CC.
It's just about
Yeah, I think so
to
too.
come up, I would say. I'm on my way.
I'll throw him.
I'm coming. He's going towards you now. It's fine. Knock it up. You got him, right? Nice.
I'm backing, I'm gonna alt and right.
Yeah, he seems to be playing up in right side.
I'm coming with that, he jumped.
I'm TPing over as well.
They're going on mid.
Enemy has been slain.
Ah, fuck, the minion wave obviously came at that
They're
time.
on red buff right now.
Every single
They're right
time.
here.
Is it fightable?
Oh,
Did they
no
cage
cage.
anything?
They caged, yeah. They used cage already. They're on red or on blue buff. Ganesh is here. They're all running away. Ganesh just dashed.
Put a pyro.
Could do, yeah.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack.
Hmm.
And confusion.
Yeah, I'm really pondering on what to build next. I think I have to go Nemean though. I'm not really sure I need to ponder that much.
Odin mid and so is Agni. 3 mid.
It's probably the best
I
chance
have
I
my
would have.
title Spain. They might go gold.
They're right there. The Ganesha just pulled out. Yeah, they're getting the Naga. The rest are missing. I don't know where they went. Probably top right side, I want to say.
Be right back. I'll attack the fire. I'll attack the gold fury.
I'm going to back. I'll back and then I'll come to you guys.
If they go gold, we should just go FG, no?
Yeah, we should.
We need wards.
They're right jungle.
I'll attack the fire giant.
I'm gonna back for some wards. I'll TP to my tower though. So there's just got a shit ton of wards.
That's my bomb down again, fuck's sake.
That's alright. I've got one here, baby. I'm pulling it. I want to see what happens.
Team has destroyed the gold fury.
They're coming in. You can see them.
We don't have time.
No, we can't do it. You can see Kali
Oh,
below.
the Kali.
Wukong Golden, watch out. I'm plucking Kali. Kali beats. I'm on Ganesh here. Ganesh is quite low. Can you help the back maybe? What's happening there?
Oh, easy wrong team. Wash them away.
Odin is still flying.
Guess I'm dead as well.
I'm
Now.
coming. I'm
I'm
coming.
going
I'm
back
with
into
you.
pain. I'm back into pain.
Still not chasing, I'm backing.
I'm TPing mid, I'm on my way.
Odin just backed here.
Alright.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What a messy fight. Agni just throwing shit over the wall kind of made it so we couldn't chase as well. That's really unfortunate.
I'm dropping this bomb. Someone else can take it.
Can we just pull this here?
Like just pick this up.
Can you me pull this?
We can try.
Ganesh is here. It's only Ganesh.
Nah, they're coming,
It's
they're
only
coming, they're coming, they're coming. They're all coming, all coming.
Okay, never mind. They want to fight. Or, no, they reset, it's fine. I'm backing. There's another bomb there, nice.
Odin's right in front of
backing,
me
I'm
here.
going to get worse. Watch out. I'm coming to you guys, I got the sentry.
I'll attack right lane. Be careful.
Man, I really want 20. Just running around here looking for a
Enemy
fight.
team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left tower is under attack.
And I can't tell if they're trying to start fire or not. Just running back and forth. Sunbeam bow.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's here.
that could be funny on Bacchus, but
He's looking to go left. They're pulling it, by the way, boys. I need more people here.
Yeah.
They're looking to do it. Kali reset it. Kali reset it. Odin is going in.
yeah, they're looking for a
Odin is
fight.
going
Help
to
in the back. Help in the back. Help in the back.
I mean, I can't get to him. Literally.
I thought it was the decoy.
Yeah, we're just very split in these fights. I think partly because we need some wards, because they're just jumping on Vulcan. I think we gotta punish them for that. If Odin just jumps in, like, he's pretty squishy. He's not that tanky.
Yeah, but if we're not in position, it just doesn't matter. And quite frankly, we weren't grouped anyway.
Dude, how slow is Odin's 3? Dude, that's insane. Oh, I guess I also got hit by Wukong's 2. I guess they stack? Holy fuck, man. I couldn't move. I don't know why we're in there. I was so busy in the conversation we had. It's not like I could get it without Sunder anyway. It does suck though, because in a game like this, I'm playing something that's borderline useless at this point in time. And even into their comp, like who am I gonna kill? At best, it's gonna be Acne. But even then, he has like so many CCs, his dash is way longer than my jump, I can't really stick to him. So overall, the Bacchus pick here is just really not good. I can't kill anyone. Like, Wukong I can kill, but he's not gonna fight. Like, he just pokes and runs away. That's just how that's being played. So I literally just cannot do anything on this pick. Which is somewhat what I expected to. It's why I didn't want to play it that much. But worth a shot at least. He still is fun to play, but once you hit late game team fights, he's just so borderline useless.
Do not defend the tower.
Why are you in left? Can you go right?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
They're still pushing. I mean, you guys gotta stay back, Vulcan. You shouldn't be up this front.
No stun on Agni.
Odin low.
Yeah, Odin is fairly low here.
My cooldown's also just very long too,
Pulling
which
the
is
mash.
potentially just an issue with my build. I probably should have had breastplate. Even that backline has so much CC, dude. Can't fucking
I
stick
can
to
allow.
anyone.
Oh, I'm coming to your game more.
And I just, like, I'm
coming
just
to-
getting Agni stunned on cooldown. Agni dash.
Just try to back out.
I don't know. It's like Agni's only stunning me in this whole fight. I can't do anything about it.
I mean, we just don't have the damage. It's just what it is.
It's actually just incredibly frustrating. Agni just literally stunned me 3 times in that fight. I'm never getting my 3 off as a result of it. And I can't even move.
Middle tower is under attack.
But yeah, right now our carry is also really struggling. But I mean, they do have like, it is also just a comp diff, because they have such a try-hard comp, it's actually insane. It's the type of shit you would see in competitive. I mean, I do not know what the fuck Vulcan is doing either. He definitely shouldn't be in this game with how he is playing. I mean, our carry is literally just dying. I guess we can't do anything about it. can't play the game with Ganesh and Acne. I'm just getting perma-CC'd, man. What is this? Well, yeah, I mean, it was a pretty... I don't even think it would have mattered what I played. It's not like I was going to carry that, but... Yep, that was pretty much as frustrating as I expected it would be to play Bacchus. But, I mean, looking at how Vulcan was playing, I don't think it would have mattered. He literally just ran in and fucking died for no reason every single time. It was kind of a sad one. But oh well. Shit happens. Yeah, sorry if I sound really frustrated that game. It's because I was. I literally just couldn't play that game. I'm picking a character that is reliant on a channeling ability, with them having a channeling silence that could just always stop me no matter what I did. Ganesh is also he's just so good at locking a single target down, and for some reason it was often me that he was looking for, which is fucking annoying. I mean, he was peeling, so it makes sense, but fucking hell, dude. That game was just frustrating. In lane, I mean, it's into Wukong as well, so even my laning phase is borderline incredibly boring. Not even borderline, it was. That's just how into Wukong is. He's gonna hit the wave and run the fuck away. He's never gonna try and fight you in any way, shape, or form. He's just waiting for late game so he can poke and win only by that. Wait, what? Choose 1 of 20. I don't want to read all this. Double my energy, that's kind of good. Kind of leaning towards block. I don't have that many defensive cards. That is a lot of damage on them. Guess I'm gonna take a lot of damage. Dude, exactly my point here as well.
Select your god.
Scrap Huyi for Snotty then. Thinking. I'll play Poseidon. Hopefully I am into Morrigan, because I think that would be one of the easier matchups I think I could end up meeting here. Like, Thor solo, I imagine it's going to be jungle. Aladdin, probably mid, if I had to guess. Which now leaves the Morrigan and the Hercules. And I think Herc would probably go support in that case. Though Morgan could also go support, so I suppose it goes both ways. Poseidon. I guess I don't mind Hercules that much either. At least as Poseidon. It's not the worst matchup I could have. This is really not good though. Okay, maybe it's okay. Yeah, I think I'll manage that one. Right, so I probably need beads, but let me see. Of course, cannot see what I'm against. That's great. But I'm pretty sure Wolfie would be support. I think I have to go with that in mind. And I'm gonna need beads this game just because of Aladdin. Probably. Shit, man.
Good to have on hand.
I think I need to go Lifebinder.
Minions have spawned.
Aspect Morrigan. And I don't believe she can TP out of the cripple, correct? So maybe I can actually use that to my advantage. We don't actually have a frontline this game. Our comp is so bad. It's kind of dog water, unfortunately. Dude, just playing mid, but in solo. This is mid, but in the other lane. I have an idea though. I had a plan going into this. We'll see if it works out.
Be careful. Be careful.
Yes.
I'm here.
Oops.
Enemy missing.
Be careful.
Ultimate is ready. Follow me.
The rain shall wash them away.
Oh, they're out.
What a classic. Should have banned the no-skill god that just turned into anything whenever you need it. Fuck, man. Medusa of all things too, I did not expect. I think my main issue with Morrigan is that you don't know how to respond to her because there's no counterplay, because you don't know what she's turning into. It could have been Aladdin, it could have been Thor, it could have been Hercules, and those were the ones I was expecting. Medusa was not one of them. So I was looking to Duke more to just get away, but if I actually just... whatever. I don't want to sit and rant about fucking Morrigan and her bullshit all day. Fuck it. It happens.
Follow me.
Be careful, left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yes. Ultimate is ready. I'll attack.
Thor all done.
An enemy has been slain.
Almost felt bad for you.
Oops. Set up an ambush.
Lifebinder, help. Save me.
Vista, amigo. The rain shall
Oh,
wash
they are
them
diving in left.
fabuloso.
Looks like it's going pretty decent in duo though.
That's not right.
That's too bad.
It cannot be helped.
I think this matchup should be a little easier the further in we go.
Into jungle.
Just because I actually have turnaround damage potential. Right now it's just that the usual when Morrigan turns into something else and I can't really fight whatever she turns into yet.
Be careful.
That's just Morgan things. Can't fight back at all right now.
There's not right. Ultimate is down.
What I might do, actually, is go for protection into her specifically. I might go for like a Genji or something. It's not something I can do right now, though.
Your right tower is under attack. Out of water. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy has been
Excellent.
slain.
You're welcome.
Enemy missing right. Ocean pour them in. And the rain shall wash them away.
I'll take some rocks.
Falling back. Out of mana. Chase the enemy.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate incoming. Be careful.
Morgan is TPing a duo.
Enemies behind us. Ultimate
I'll
is down.
follow.
I don't have ult, guys.
The ultimate down. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Another Aegis. Did he just Aegis twice?
Yeah, cause he wished for the tower.
Fuck. I didn't know your relic also reset. That's stupid, man. Your normal abilities, I get. Your relic? Dude, that's so stupid. Why does his relic reset too?
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Morrigan's probably pretty good at taking those imps as well, with their passive.
Enemy spotted.
Pretty sure it's Herc that's in right.
Be careful, lad. On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm coming, Snodder.
The rain
You're
shall
welcome.
wash them away. Thanks.
Going to gold maybe? Or is that like that?
What a disaster. Man, I should have just tried to bait and just beats the ult if he tries to. I should have waited. Should have been an easy kill. Aladdin is one of the few transformations I think I can deal with on that team. I think definitely the worst thing I can meet with on him is fucking bots. That shit will fuck me up.
Your left tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
There's not right. On my way.
Thor's ulting in the blue.
Trying to get to mid.
Ally has been slain. Shut down.
Ah, it's good. Yo!
A fight that truly tests our skill.
Hello, Moody. W passion. This is way more fun than playing front lines, I can tell you that much. But if I was dealing with a front line right now, I'd be cooked. Morgan might TP left, so keep an eye on.
I guess Aladdin.
Enemy has been slain. On my way. Oh, easy run,
You can do that? The fuck? You can just recall and still TP and it still just goes off. Seems like some kind of horseshit. Why can you do that?
Enemies in left lane. Lord, the Gold Fury.
Still queuing after yesterday night gives me hope in mankind. Yesterday night was a fucking tragedy, man. I don't know why I kept going. I hated playing last night. I ruined my own night. Before I even started that session, I was thinking maybe I should just go play Animal Crossing. You know how relaxing that would have been compared to queuing Smite? I fucked up. Dude, the fucking... Yeah, whatever. I've been on a huge losing streak off stream, but on stream I can still win here and there.
Be careful, right? On my way. On my way.
Thorald on me. Fuck, I didn't know he was in the air at all.
Never forget.
Save yourself.
He's dead.
Ally has been slain.
Dude, why is he doing no damage? I see. Fatalis.
The rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I mean, I think Fatalis is good, but maybe we build something else. Like, it's just also just the build. He has no power in it. Dude, how long does it last as well? Dude, there's so many issues with fucking Morgan, with that shit. Like, at least I have enough damage to see if I can just burst her down before issues arrive. And she turns, but my god. I wish they just did something, like maybe make it stationary, or... I don't know, man. They have to do something with that aspect. It feels so unfair. I'm completely fine with normal Mori, personally. Because at least once her stealth is down, okay, now she's incredibly killable.
Completed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left. Be careful. On my way. Hasta la vista, amigo. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Aladdin jump. Dude, fucking hell, we just don't have any vision. That sucks. I didn't think I was under siege by anyone but Medusa there.
Enemy has been
One of the random bouncing autos. I don't even necessarily think it's a late game item. It's just these two items, though. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, they do have. I said they didn't have power before, but they definitely do because of the passive with dagger. But maybe this just doesn't come online until you have Titans. I think I can see this, like these items being good together. It just felt like it did no damage before. We obviously did a lot more there.
Enemy missing right.
Let's grab that. Gotta get some kind of pin.
Save yourself. Enemy ultimate.
Middle lane. On my way. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. I'll attack.
I got a reset gun. All of you.
Excellent. Completed.
Destroyed the fire target.
Well, I fat fingered something. I didn't hit my life binder.
Falling back.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Completed.
I didn't also expect to actually almost get him there. I guess if he jumps on me, he obviously can't use his 2, so all he has for damage is his 1. I gotta make sure that I do a bit more damage then. I think I fucked my life, my Jade Scepter as well. I don't know if it missed or whatever happened, but I didn't see the knockup. But oh well.
Like a fish out of water.
I don't get the reference, Winari. What are you referring to? What's with Alexstrasza?
Be careful.
On my way.
Group up.
On my way. On my way.
Well, I guess because Purple Up got picked early, I ended up getting picked. And Medusa just fucking dashed me. Dude, the minion waves since my 2 when I TP are my worst fucking enemy. They're always here. I shouldn't have gone in the second I realized that the fucking minions were there. That's just a me problem. That is so much damage.
There's not right.
He just got a 3-man snipe. They're 1 HP on most of them. Alright. Well, partly my bad for getting picked as well. Can't really fully blame Purple Up for that. I should have just not gone in there.
Almost felt bad for you.
Oh, the Life Binder, gotcha. Yeah, I forgot her title. Well, she healed me, so I need her.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. This should keep me going.
How much do I need for this shit? Still quite a bit, since I finished my starter first.
Enemies in left lane.
I don't even really feel like I need it, to be honest. It's nice for the pen, but it's just for Herc, and he's not even tanky to me. Why am I building pen? Hashtag not worth.
Be careful.
I'm going for jungle buff. Okay.
Not a bad start, if I do say so myself.
Cancel that. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. I'll defend middle lane.
Excellent.
Barbie.
It's a trap. Group up. In this spot.
My way.
Help middle lane. Group up. Retreat. Right lane. Okay. Completed.
It's my beats as well. We're just ignoring Medusa though. Why are we ignoring Medusa here?
Free your soul to the other.
Oh, you move like a cat.
Ugh.
I almost felt bad for you.
That's so awkward. I feel like that should have been our fight. Aladdin was dead too. Though I guess they just have another one because of Morrigan. It all leads back to Morrigan. Stupid fucking character.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire gun.
But no, I mean, we're definitely suffering from a lack of a front line. And Purple Orb is dying a lot. He's out of position a lot of the time, so I do feel like he's dead when we actually need him. But yeah, I mean, once again, I picked Poseidon, so I can't really be slamming him. I would have got Medusa if it wasn't for fucking Herc though in my face.
Excellent.
My trident.
How much does this shit sell for? I kind of want to sell it. Yeah, I'm selling it. Let's do this instead. I have too many active items here, though. You know what? I should have sold Lifebinder instead, actually, for this, but yeah, whatever.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Be careful, left. On my way. The party's
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it feels like as well. Some good damage.
Your left tower has been destroyed. On our way. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Come closer.
Probably not a necessary Kraken, but I wasn't taking any chances. I do hate that he jumped in the second I tried to stealth in, though. I was gonna be sneaky.
Be careful. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy
Just, I don't get why we're fighting this. We're just, whatever, man. Just forced to just waste my fucking abilities here because we were so out of position, and Aladdin, I guess, still has everything up and goes on me the second I go in. Fuck it, man. It just feels bad. Okay. I mean, that is Aladdin, I guess.
Your Titan is under attack.
Aladdin Morrigan pretty much won them this game, to be honest. Just two broken gods.
Defeat.
I also hate that I'm losing 70 for every game and gaining like 50 for every win. That's another like demotivator for all this. So I don't actually mind losing a bit Because for some reason, I guess most people in EU right now are stuck way below where I am now, which is not very high. Like, where am I even now? And I'm like 5.2, which I really wouldn't consider it. Yeah, it's really not that high. But I'm always top pick. I don't want to be top pick. I'm tired of it. I don't want to be top pick. I'll pick the Aladdin myself if it's open again. You don't mind losing? Well, it's more like I want some good games. Like, I just want some fun games. And while this is definitely, like, that was definitely a good lobby, but dealing with, I think it wasn't so much the Aladdin for me, it was the fucking Morrigan. So they had 2 Aladdins, or like 2 Botses, or, well, not 2 bots, but also a bots and all that stuff. It's just Morrigan is by far the most boring god to be against, because it feels like you're playing 2v1. That's my main issue with her. I mean, I'll just ban the Aladdin, actually. If they don't ban anything here, then yeah, I'm banning the Aladdin.
Select your god.
Picking the Nemesis if I have to. I don't give a fuck. It's too much shit open. And this one is impossible to deal with. I'm still losing on it at times, though. I was gonna pick the Aladdin if it wasn't for them not banning anything. But I mean, at this point, there's just too much stuff open anyway. Their comp. What is this? Their comp is so... I hope someone dodges. This is the first time in Smite 2. Well, probably not the first time, actually. But one of the very few times I feel like dodging this game myself. Their comp is just so boring, man. I can't handle it anymore. Their comp is just better than ours in every single way. I'm a complainer today. You better get used to it. Dude, I'm not even getting anything good in this fucking game. Just give me some good cards. All these cards suck ass. Did we just not get the... Actually, wait. Did we not get in the same queue? No, okay, it's still the adapting Wolfie queue, but Nika isn't in this one. Dude, their comp. Like, I need Shell, I need Beats, I need Aegis, I need Sunder. Ugh. Oh, he's skipping this queue? Okay. Just gonna have to settle on Shell, I think. I don't think I can play the game otherwise. Because if I'm stuck in the Odin ring, I can't heal. And I kind of... Like, the Nemesis is really OP. For the most part. There's a few counter picks there, like Odin. I'm not sure why he skipped the queue. Like, I don't think it's because of who is in the queue, I would imagine. Like, that queue was probably better than what he deals with a lot, but who knows. Maybe it is. Maybe he's waiting for Sav or something. Why did I pick Nemesis? This got so boring. Why didn't they ban it? I'm against Chalk. It is Odin support. But Wolfie having that Odin at his disposal is kind of one of the reasons why I would like
I
to
think Wolfie only
not
pick
do
Odin
that.
for you, Hunter.
Yeah, maybe.
Minions have spawned.
Hope this Chuck is going full damage, because we can't kill 2 tanks without IDC, to be honest.
That's too bad.
It might have to be a... I think we can, we just need full late game for it.
Yeah, we have so much late game team, to be honest. We don't have Thunder Cookie. Fortunately, I must going shell.
Enemy missing middle.
There's no running from me.
And running builds with this kind of sick. Yeah, it is. I agree. That is pretty cool.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
It's definitely coming.
Ribbon.
Yeah, Merc is here.
There's no running from me. My domain.
I'm mad. I fucked up the
Nowhere to hide.
combo there. Jack should have been dead.
Let me tip the scales.
I don't expect he killed me.
Retreat, retreat. You'll be okay.
That really stings. This should have been a kill.
There's no running
Would have been a huge one as well while Merc was here.
Judgment is my
You must wait with
domain.
Tornado to me, because I'm the wave. I'm 2 level for that. And you see, I can going like this.
Let's settle this with style. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Ha!
Out of mana.
Yes, ultimate is ready. One strike is all. There's no running from me.
I think I just do a... What's it called? Brawlers. Since I'm into a healer.
Nowhere to run. Balance is overrated.
Should be some easy
Let me
procs.
tip the
Your middle
scales.
tower is under attack.
There's no running from me.
Enemy ultimate down.
Not yet though.
Nowhere to run. Let's settle this. Judgment is my domain.
And then we go
They're coming.
rebirth.
There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Careful right.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Ultimate is down.
There's no running from me.
Enemy
Nice.
has been slain.
Merc still behind.
Judgment is my
Watch out left.
domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
We have still ults. Okay, he's on it.
There's no running from me. Let me tip the
Be
scales.
careful. Ultimate is down.
Brawlers is dog shit? No, I think Brawlers is really good.
Careful right.
Brawlers is one of the best items you can go to into someone who has a lot of healing.
One strike is all I know where to run. Nowhere
It's
to
not so much for the base stats. Look at the passive. Gives me 40 strength, 75 above passive when dealing damage 4 seconds, and like gives me a bunch of extra protections with him constantly healing in front of me. It's one of the best items you can go to into someone who has a lot of healing.
Be careful right. Missing middle.
It's incredibly powerful.
Ultimate down.
But it's only good, like it's a situational item. It's only good if there's someone who's constantly healing in front of you. Otherwise it's dog shit. Only 29% prot? Yeah, but that's combined with what it already has. It has like 20 on it.
Ultimate is down. I'll attack.
So that's 45 protections. Well, on an item that also gives me 40 strength. That's insane.
There's no running from me.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Completing.
It's not a broken item, it's just really good into healers. It's not really good otherwise. Hence the
Odin is
situational
left
part of
angle,
it.
probably. It's me.
Settle this with mine. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain.
Just Chuck is just so anti-melee character that I can't really do much into him either way. It's gotta farm.
There's no running from me. One strike is all I need.
Ha! Enemies incoming land. Save yourself.
It's basically the only item against healers.
It's
There's
gonna
also
die
Contagion,
for sure.
but yeah, I mean...
Here.
Some other time.
Nowhere to
coming, but-
run. Nowhere to hide.
On my way.
Come to me, come to me.
Ally has been slain. An
Sorry, I'm trying.
Balance is overturned. Let me tip the scales.
Surely the oracles are up. Yeah.
There's no running from me.
It's mainly more the fact that it's one of the few good hybrid items. Like it's a power item that also gives me some good protection.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
There's not that many of those in Smite 2, so I appreciate the few ones there are.
There's no running from me. Balance is overturned.
No, I was trying to get the heal.
Tip the scales.
Enemies in the left lane.
My style.
Be careful, middle. Be careful, right.
The guilty always fall. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Ultimate is ready.
Balance is overrated. Okay.
What, man? How many do you need? The fact that Janus 2 didn't hit me made it so I didn't survive. I didn't get my heal. He fucking missed and I was running straight. Who are you, Janus? Fuck. He's out of mana.
There's no running from me.
Guess they don't get him though. Nope, never mind. They did.
Ultimate down. Completed.
Could you have 3 at the Janus ult? I could have, I just didn't hear it coming. That shit is so silent in Smite 2 compared to Smite 1.
All I need.
I didn't hear it.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Yeah, that's no picks.
Especially combined with the fact that I was getting chased by Merc and some other shit.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm coming, Hunter.
Let's just jump.
I think everyone is coming to.
My style. There's no running from me.
Your right tower is under attack.
One strike is all I use is my domain. It's like
Thank you,
that.
that's.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I'm okay.
Oh, the res is broken, I forgot. They go gold.
Let me tip the scale.
No, on gold.
Janus no ult, no bits.
Enemy spotted.
I'm just not getting any farm for all this. But I mean, it didn't die, so still positive.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Chalk being there makes me worried, though. I can't really go back to my own lane.
There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
Enemy ultimate down.
Let's settle this with style. My style. One strike is all I need. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Nowhere to run.
Enemy has been slain.
There's no running from me.
Yeah, we can still do the gold. I'll defend.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Judgment is my domain. the scales. Nowhere to run.
At least it worked out.
Right tower is under attack.
There's no running from me.
I think there's a lot of items that they could do some more interesting stuff with, but
Domain.
at least they recently, despite, you know, the brokenness of a lot of them, they did add some new items, so it's something.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I still don't think, like, Lash is okay. I still think Lash is a little too powerful, but
There's no running from me. Falling back. Balance is overrated. Let me hit the scale. Nowhere to run. One strike is all I need. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Ward here. Let's settle this with judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Incoming right.
One strike is all I need.
Retreat left lane.
Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. My style. Ha! Balance is overrated. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. One strike is all I need. Judgment is my domain.
Wash them away.
the right. Gold making things sound like slow-mo.
Left tower is under attack.
Balance
Middle
is
tower
overrated.
is under attack.
Let me tip the scales.
Attack middle lane.
There's a slight chance they're TPing behind. Gotta keep an eye out.
My style.
It's not just a solo problem right now. Like, in terms of itemization, there are just some items right now that are way too powerful. Like Sunbeam in ADC. I still think Jade Scepter is really stupid for mids, but at least that's not a damage thing. That's just more of a like a utility thing, like giving some mages that should not have self-peel a lot of good self-peel. So just stuff like that. There's a lot of items that are not balanced. But that's okay. I mean, there's always going to be imbalanced things, some OP stuff. I just think it's very oppressive in Smite 2 right now.
Judgment is my domain.
Alright, at least now that I have Sash, I should be able to fight Chalk a lot easier. No.
Oh, that's too bad. On my way.
Enemy ultimate down. Middle lane. Woohoo! What bounce?
There's no running from me.
Middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury! Fury! No, I'm on it.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Middle! On my way!
Right back.
Defense!
There's no running from me.
Defense!
Ultimate is ready. On my way. On my way.
On my way.
Nowhere to run.
Your
Nowhere
middle
to
tower
hide.
is under attack.
Enemies.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Complete.
They got it? Okay. I feel like I'm losing out on a lot of farm because Jack keeps rotating and I feel like I should follow. But like... level 16 and 17 on the enemy team is a bit rough if I have to go against them alone.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
One strike. There's no running for me.
Ally has been slain.
Retreat!
Fabuloso!
Bye.
Okay. Oh, that's too bad.
On my way.
Enemies incoming!
Defend. I'll attack.
Your middle tower
They
is
have
under
Sander up
attack.
for sure. Janus ult. Be careful, Stella.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. My domain. Style. My style. There's no running from me. The guilty always fall. Not dead yet. I'll be back to keep doing this.
It's just a fucking weird fight. What was Scylla in that fight? I'm not really sure. Maybe Snotty also went in a bit too deep there. I'm just fucking here trying to get away from Chuck.
Enemies incoming.
I feel like I'm having a harder and harder time to focus on the games today because I just don't understand what the fuck my team is doing. I don't know what the plan is. We're fighting a mid for no reason. They can clearly tell I'm not there when Chuck is.
By the blade or the beak.
And like, I don't know. I'm not sure why they're fighting in front of the tier 1 in mid. If I speak.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
If I speak. At least I have Nemean now. It also, not gonna lie, it sucked all of them had pretty much like half HP, so my ult couldn't be used to its full extent. That also really sucked. Kinda takes away the broken aspect of this aspect.
Pyromancer has arrived.
One strike is all I need. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me. Be careful left. Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Your left tower is under attack.
There's no running from me. Enemy missing. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Completed.
Right back!
One strike is all I need. Nowhere to hide. My domain. There's no running from me. Let me tip the scales.
Should have popped it much earlier. Merc is so fast, and he's also slow immune, so I guess it doesn't really matter what's happening there.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Don't even know what to build right now.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Should have gotten some wards though.
Enemy missing.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
The more I watch you play solo, the more the defense sucks. Defense does suck.
There's no running from me.
Tanks have only been overpowered because the items they were using were broken. Defense is still shit. You know what? No, I'll rephrase that. It's pen that's OP. You feel a very clear difference from when you don't have pen to when you have pen. Like a wildly big difference. There's also the fact that Merc is fed. And he's running crit.
My domain.
Meaning I need Spectral. Because then I can actually survive him. Right now I can't do that.
Enemies in the jungle.
I'm going for jungle.
Let's settle this with style. My style.
I'm just trying to get some farm, but like this Chuck keeps rotating. I literally cannot farm because of it. And he's somehow still high level me, but that's just because they're winning fights.
Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
Behind us!
Retreat, left lane, left lane.
Behind us!
There's no running from me.
It'll be okay.
Allied slain.
Retreat, retreat.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Retreat.
There's no running from me.
I mean, not having ADC does hurt us, but I don't think it's the main reason.
Enemies in range.
It's at 10k,
Tip the scales.
7k, 6k.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
I'm coming.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip one down. There's no running from me. My domain. The guilty always fall. You're not dead yet. I'll be back to keep you racing.
Contagion doing work because of Chuck. That is exactly why I also am going to get Contagion. I mean, I say that, but I really should get this first. Let's get Spectral, then Contagion. Once again, though, people just not really low enough for me to get this full utilization of my ult, which really does suck. But it's a good fight nonetheless. Sure, there you go, Dutch.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. There's no running from me.
Why we play so shit?
Let's settle this with style. One strike is all I need. Ward here. There's no running from
Not
me.
having... Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Not having something is bad, I think.
Enemy spotted.
Retreat.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. There's no running from me. Retreat. One strike is all I need. Nowhere to run. Judgment is my domain. There's no running from me. Balance is over. Let me tip the scales. Pain needs me.
Boys, why are we fighting this? Interesting. You just W keyed. It just wasn't a great fight for us. We just chased a bit too long. We could have just fallen back and done fire or pyro. We're definitely spending too much time just chasing in these fights. Yeah, but the thing is, if I get CC'd, I'm still just kind of dead. Like,
Your tower is under attack.
2 of them did 1k. This doesn't feel right, but maybe that is the case. And I have fucking Spectral, man. I have Spectral just for him. He still 2-shots me.
Your last tower
Oh, it wasn't 2-shot, but... 1k from his 1 seems like a lot when I'm a full tank.
Nowhere to run.
That can't be
Nowhere to
right.
hide.
Though I suppose he does. I mean, actually, he does have Hydras on top of a Titan's Bane. He's probably procs on his 1, doesn't it?
There's no running from me.
That's bound to do a lot of damage.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Ward here.
Just get a safe sentry here so we always feel like it was safe.
Judgment is my domain.
They have sentry wards everywhere.
I do feel very low on damage overall. I really gotta get my bluestone upgraded. Kill Merc and you win. I don't necessarily think it's that easy, but I get you. Merc is definitely the biggest problem. And I can't just follow him either, he's too fast for me. Because he always has speed buff, on top of him just being Merc, with naturally high movement speed.
Let me tip the scales. There's no running from me. Judgment is my domain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy spotted. Cancel that.
Enemy spotted.
Enemies in left lane.
Nowhere to run.
Your
Nowhere
left
to
tower
hide.
is under attack.
Enemies in the left lane.
One strike is all I need. There's no running from me.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I'll back for some wards.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Stay here.
This is tough at the moment, because I don't really think we have a chance of stopping Merc from split pushing. Like, I think I'm kind of the only one that think that can deal with him. Without, like, much risk. Like, Scylla and
Ultimate is ready.
Kukulkan can as well, obviously, but
Balance is overrated.
it's different for them because there's a risk of dying as well. Don't think it's the same for me. At least right now, like as long as I played well, I should not. And absolutely never die to Merc right now.
Let's settle this with style. My style. Judgment is my domain. There's no run from me. Is all I need. Be careful.
Order low.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scale. Let's settle this with style. Nowhere to run. No my domain. One strike. There's no running from me.
So yeah, I mean, right there, we're still kind of losing the fight, even though I'm chasing Merc, to the point where he can't really do anything about it.
Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales. The guilty always fall. Judgment is my domain.
On my way.
Nowhere to run. No dead yet. I'll be back to keep.
That really sucks. I just don't know what to do this game. Like, legitimately. Because of our lack of an ADC, our objective clear is so shit that we can't really start an objective. We have to kill all of them if we want to get any objective. Like, our team fighting is fine, because Kukulkan is obviously good. It's got a lot of damage potential in AoE, but our objective damage is just non-existent. What's Kuku building? Just the average builds. Pretty much. Pretty much the same as what I would have built. Pretty much exactly the same build, I think. In a different order, like I don't think I would have Poly second, but... about the same.
Enemy missing!
Attack middle lane! There's no running from mine.
Attack fire giant.
Balance it. Let me nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Attack
Attack!
fire
I'll
giant.
defend!
One strike is all I need.
Ultimate is ready!
There's no right domain. Balance is over. It's like let out tip the scales.
Merc beats.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the gold!
There's no running from me. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to domain.
Merc's gonna be on the right side here.
Ultimate is ready!
There's no running from me.
Just go fire, guys. If Merc comes in, I'll chase him.
I will war.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Balance is overrated. Let me tip the scales.
That was a bit silly. Don't think Baka should have done anything on that front.
Careful for Janus ult. Jack is coming.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
We did a lot faster than I would have expected, but I guess that's just
There's no running.
Kukunados. Guess I'll have to take it back.
Let's settle this with
No, Fire Giant was definitely the right call, because I can zone them quite easily myself. Like, we should see them, and if we... The thing is, if they come close enough and we're like, yeah, fire is nowhere near dire, then we can always fall back. But
Yeah, they can do both now.
with me scouting ahead, we should be able to tell if it's possible or not. We did it much faster than I thought we would, though. I expected at least one of them to show up, and I was just gonna, if needed, sacrifice my own life to just make sure they don't get there, and so we get fire, but...
nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
Didn't have to do anything risky.
Enemy missing!
One strike is all I need.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Yes!
Let's settle this with style. My style. There's no running from me.
Your team has destroyed the left.
I don't know where the fuck Merc came from.
Judgment is my domain. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Always fall.
Chase the enemy!
Enemy has been slain.
Balance. Let me tip the scales.
Dude, this game, like, Purple Orb absolutely showed up, because, like, what the fuck, man? My job this game has been chasing Mercury, and I can't catch him. So, as fun as that sounds, it's about as fun as it was. Which was not very fun. There you go.
Be careful!
Let's settle this with style. My style. Judgment is my domain.
Coming everywhere! What bound?
Victory.
Oh yeah, I think he turned just as like a desperation move, because what else is he supposed to do? We're just gonna chase him until we end the game anyway, so... 23k on Scylla is pretty funny though. It's the lowest damage in the entire game. Even less than Jonas. Dude, I think you could probably put on Benny Hill music for that whole game for me, from my perspective. It's what it felt like. I'm pretty sure that was playing in my head. I think Uller did pretty good damage, but Uller also was constantly under siege. Like, but he was very out of position a lot of the time, though. He was definitely out of position at times. Because very often was he close enough so that I could just walk at him, he missed the axe, and then I force him to jump, and then Pele would just blink after him and ult him. And he can't really obviously stop that from happening in any way, because he just used everything, like all his tools to stop me. That happened multiple times too. GG's, Thorin. Well, now I have to change my mindset into a backliner mindset. Because I do what Wolfie does, or Wolfie just did in that game a lot as well. I frontline way too much when I play carries, because I just have such a solo lane mindset. So sometimes I am definitely also out of position. What is my job? I chase the fast guy, who is much faster than me. What does one pick in this role, though? What do I pick? Don't pick the Zeus. Fuck. It was literally what I was thinking about playing. Because I still keep forgetting that I want to try the Fatalis effect on his 2. And they picked it.
Select your god.
They picked it. Hmm. Kinda want to play Artemis. I don't want to play Hu Yi. Hu Yi is too try-hard, man. He's so OP. So is Kali, though. Q split? Oh, that sucks. So I'm not against adapting in Wolfie this time? I mean, in a way, that's good, because this seems like a really good queue as well. So... Pug, I guess. You're telling me that's actually not a Kali ADC? Thank God. I'm happy to see it. Whereas Aladdin, sometimes people don't want to pick it. Nemesis is also open. That's the most surprising to me. Nemesis was not picked or banned this game. And she's so fucking broken. I would argue she's more broken than Aladdin. Oh, it's the Sav Nika queue instead. Okay. Yikes. I'm gonna get roasted by Chuck late game in these fights, probably. I mean, do I just go ability-based? Am I an ability-based Artemis this game? Probably not. I think at least, if anything this game, I should be the objective killer. But I think I'll at least go Devos. You're in the jobless queues now? Oh. The jobless. Yeah, you're actually kind of right. Because they'll go Bluestone? I could, but I think if I go attack speed for later, and if I want Sunbeam, you kind of need Death Toll. Death's Embrace. Because otherwise, you like, Sunbeam still burns the fuck out of your mana. If I don't have Death Toll passive to regen up my mana again, I'm just gonna be Umo for like every fight. I could be wrong though, but that's just been my experience with it.
Minions have spawned.
Like, Sunbeam is partly broken because of Death's Toll passive as well. Because it just allows you to keep your mana up at all times. I got it. Nice. Easiest 18 gold of my life. Alright. Late Sunder. And he yoinked my buff. Gunter, man.
Get out of this.
Does he not have beats? He does have beats. Confused. Like, he did beats the trap and then not the... the thing either. The plug. My brain went somewhere else. He had 2 chances. There we go.
Oh no! Enemy missing middle.
Your left tower is under attack. Allies
Be honored by your people.
I feel like Joe is just trolling.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under under attack.
Gank, left lane. Thanks.
Kali here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Be honored by your
Man, he went forward. My fucking shit missed.
Be honored by your people.
I kind of need some heavy attack speed second though, because of me kind of rushing something with no attack speed. Lifebinder Chuck as well. The amount of times Neith we would have been killed here if it wasn't for a freaking Gip shield.
Enemy missing middle.
Your left tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. An enemy has been slain.
He is there to save her. He's doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Attack the fire giant.
Enemy
Your
missing
left tower
Fight
is under
well for
attack.
your family.
Because I wouldn't really say this matchup is that much in Artemis's favor. Neith has the range, the poke,
Gank, left lane.
and the escapability, where Artemis doesn't really have as much of it. Poke is okay, but I mean, Neith is just so OP in Smite 2. It doesn't really amount to the same at all.
Vista, amigo.
Oh, it's Aspect Neith too. I did that I didn't realize. Good for us, I guess.
Enemy missing middle. Let's get this race started, love.
On my way.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really interested in fighting that all that much, but that sucks. I don't know what to buy. I could just go straight into Audible, at least get the attack speed over with.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your
If I wanted to crit, it should be Lunibow. And Lunibow could work. I mean, Zeus, Kali, Neith, none of them have CC min ults. So it is a lot of damage to get off, at least. I think I'll wait and just get Audible now.
tower is under attack.
Health might clear as well. Well, that's just really unfortunate that I ended up dying for that.
Your right tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Rip my speed buff. A dream all too brief.
Oh no.
Ally has been slain. Okay.
On my way.
Okay.
The
Completed.
Has arrived.
On my way.
Okay.
On my way.
Very strong. Oh, you move like
Fight well for your family. Left.
your right tower is under attack.
Well, I guess I should have just gone through the fire giant door. I didn't expect them all to get shit on.
Tower has been destroyed.
Zeus Aegis.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Whatever, man, go crazy. On my way.
Get out of this.
Enemy has been slain.
Godlike.
Wish my ult was up. Probably still survives, I imagine his speed's up. Don't think he's done much lately, so surely his speeds are up. Sure, TP'd mid instead.
Be careful, middle.
I saw Gip there on the backs. If he wasn't there, I probably would have greeted it. Because I knew Neath was low, Loki was on his way. I had my Aegis and my ult up for Kali. I was ready to risk it.
Be careful left. Enemy missing.
Thanks.
Be careful, middle. Bunch of hammerheads.
Get out. Enemy missing left.
Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
Defend. Enemy missing. Oh no. No good.
Definitely at risk against Kali without my ult. Now, can someone remind me, if you know,
Protect the gold fury.
is Kali immune to my trap in her ult? She's immune to displacement.
Okay.
Does root count? She is? Fuck.
Enemy missing.
Okay.
Your left tower
Enemy
is under
ultimate
attack.
down.
Ally has been slain.
Get out of this.
Your left tower. An enemy has been slain.
So let's grab Titan's Bane now. Make sure Penna's online.
Your left tower is under
Damn,
attack.
Gib really showed up at an annoying fucking time.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Gib! I hate this Gib.
Fury. Group up.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I hate him so much.
Attack the gold fury. Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Are we actually fighting this? The shielding. Upon the shielding, upon shielding.
Rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain. Slain an enemy. It is not possible.
Can we actually do fire here?
Protect the fire giant. Yes.
Wash them away. Attack the fire giant. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go here. Because I don't have enough region yet. Hate towards the enemy support just means he's doing good. You're right. You're definitely right. He needs to fuck the fuck off. And that's putting it lightly.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted.
We can probably dive beneath if she stays. She's still in tier 1.
Chuck's probably gonna TP.
Three people in left, or in right, I mean.
On my way.
Fucking hell, no one tanked it. Almost died. I panicked just.
Victory.
Alright, at least grabbing some wins towards the end here. It felt weird how fast we just kind of ended up running away with this game. I guess we just won that one big fight that led to fire, and then we were just in control after that. There's no time to play Q game today. As long as I'm not banning, it's okay. Damn, that one's kind of huge. Oh, thank God. I am not. Great. Get me out of support, please. I am not great. Yeah, pretty much. I am not great. Are you great? What does it take to be great? That's the real question. Oh yeah, I have no HP left, I forgot. I need a shit ton of healing. There's another one there. Yeah, I actually missed kind of lucky actually. There's a lot of healing on the way. Aww. I'm going for the fight. Fuck no, I'm not giving my gold away. Alright, so pick something. Dude, what do you play in support these days? Having the first pants on an official Smite tournament sounds like something great. Sure, but that was the past me, you know? The new me. What has he done lately? That guy's useless.
Select your god.
I don't know. Guess I'll just do Guan and look for healing. I was gonna play Sobek. I should have picked the Wukong. I already regret it. Should have picked Wukong and just go for knock-ups and shit. Because now they have that shit. But at least we have Loki, which is something I consider quite good into him. Okay, we're just all hating the same thing. Okay, that's fantastic. And I just don't have any more cards. Cool. Not worth. I'm gonna take so much damage, man. I'm just trying to heal. Of all things I could have met in the random room, why this? This is the opposite of healing. Okay, I mean, I'm just actually dead. They're doing so much damage. I would have to kill 2 of them to not die in this round. And that ain't happening. I can pray that this guy gets killed by the randomness. Give me something that costs nothing, okay. Nope, I'm dead.
The shades cry. Sword!
I am just gonna have to risk it then. Shit, what do I buy? Probably just go for that. Do that.
My burden. Minions have spawned.
That's his Aegis as well. Should have checked. I didn't realize he had Aegis. I'm almost expecting beats these days, but Aegis has very recently become very popular in basically everything. Should have checked. There wasn't really any doubt in my mind that I was gonna get that kill. Yes.
Defend! Help! Right lane! Oops. Oops. Here it comes! All right! Thank you. Out of mana. Oops.
There it is. The Odin ring that I cannot get out of.
Take this jungle. No problem. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
There will be no escape.
I can't think of two worse things that like they could have picked when I picked Guan, man. Locking in that Odin and then Wukong, my life late game is gonna be terrible. And very unfun.
The shadow's touch.
Good luck to you.
Enemies.
Your last tower is under attack.
Shadows will mend.
I probably should have gone Aspect as well. I forgot about that. I haven't played Guan in so long.
Swift as the darkness.
On my way.
Here it comes. Enemy has been slain.
What a fucking surprise. He's on me again.
Your right tower is under attack.
There will be no escape.
Yeah, I won't make that in time.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. On my way.
Swift as the darkness. From the shadows, for me to command. There will be no escape.
On my way. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Swift as the darkness. Just
Set up an ambush here. Okay.
pitiful. There will be
I think if I followed him straight up, he would have just gotten away anyway. I had to try and see if I could block him off. Play the mind games with him, but... yeah. What can you do?
The pyro has arrived. The rain shall wash them away.
It's a level 10 Sobek.
Haste.
There will be no escape. No shadow.
No, it's not possible.
I think I just gotta listen to myself next time.
Your right tower is under attack.
Sure, just gun shell.
Swift as the darkness.
Your right tower is under attack.
Did someone tell you to go Sunder? Yes. Well, my ADC did. It's more like... it's not like he's completely wrong, like his reasoning makes sense. It's just...
Your left tower.
it sucks into Odin if he shows up, because I can't get out of the ring. But if we get a cringe invaded, because they have Sunder and we don't on Sobek, we can't really play the game either, right? So it's two evils. I don't really want to share from Huya anymore, he needs to farm. It's just Sobek is getting fed, like he has 3 kills.
Enemy spotted.
Look at that.
Tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Like, I'm not even in the fights, that's the thing. And then Odin shows up and I get ringed. This is fucking why I always ban that god. It's so boring to be against.
Tower is
It's my bad for finally picking something that... I guess... just doesn't have mobility. Can't get out of that shit ring. Like, I'm gonna have to go Helm of Darkness just so I can get out of the fucking ring. It's so annoying.
There will be no escape. Death retreats at the shadow's touch.
I don't know if they picked Sobek before or after I picked, but if I picked it into Sobek, I'm just stupid. Oh, is that a stealth? Oh, it's a non-aspect Morrigan. Maybe we have a chance. Still Morrigan, though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Have fun. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Attack.
There will be no escape. For me to command. Swifter than our retreats at the shadow's touch.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, it's definitely a winnable game. It's just gonna be really annoying. Like, eventually I will be tanky enough to the point where wasting Odin Ring just on me won't be worth it. Maybe. Suppose we'll see.
Right tower is under attack.
I don't really want to share too much from anyone, to be honest. I want my carries to get as much farm as they can.
Has arrived.
I would like to get the Cern as well, but it's just a lot of shit.
Enemy ultimate down.
We're getting sold as well in right. I mean, that also just doesn't help.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right
I think I have to. Literally have to go fucking Helm of Darkness for this Odin Ring.
attack.
There will be no escape.
Your right tower is under attack.
The thing is, like, we do have Herox Loki, we have Gunter and Scylla. It's just
Be careful middle.
getting there will be tough. Don't fucking ring me again.
Enemy spotted.
Have fun. Good luck to you.
There will be no escape. Swift as the darkness.
So much for trying to help him out. Like, I'm just not tanky at all. I should have ulted earlier. I'll admit, I didn't think they were gonna do that much damage to me. But I feel like I'm saying that a lot these days.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
There will be no escape.
Attack right lane.
Swift as the darkness.
Help, middle lane.
Retreats at the shadow's touch.
Unfortunate. On my way.
There will be no escape.
Complete. Destroy the gold fury.
Do I even want to go that much protection? Oh. Let's go Stampede at least. They are probably just gonna go fire here.
There will be no escape.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy set the fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Swift as the darkness.
Here it comes.
I'm so far behind as well. Compared to my opponent. Still don't even want to leech. I just don't want to leech anywhere. Like I want my carries to get more farm. This is why I'm bad at support.
Swift as the darkness. There will be no escape.
Your right tower is under attack.
Swift as the darkness.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
What just one-shot me?
Your Titan is under attack.
It does feel like I mean, it does not just feels like it is definitely a comp diff again.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. The pyromancer has arrived. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
No escape.
Wash them away.
No escape. There will be no escape.
I'm pretty rusty in my supports in general, hence me picking Guan. I just decided I'll just be a heal bot. That's what it takes.
To command. Retreats at the shadow.
But yeah, I mean, he's not really a great support, I think. He's definitely more of like, he's someone who needs to be ahead, because otherwise the healing isn't really going to do much until we just maybe hit late game stages.
The shadows will mend.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
There was a stealth Morgan there.
When it rains, it pours. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Swift as the darkness.
I definitely just want to surrender, but
Yes. The enemy team
guess
has
everyone else is
destroyed
not
the
as willing.
pyromancer. Your right phoenix is under attack.
There will be no escape. Enemies spotted.
Ally has been slain. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
There will be no escape.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack.
yeah, support really is shit. But it's just the fact that they had Odin. Is literally the only issue. Otherwise, I thought it was completely fine. But there just isn't really much to do. I gotta brush up on some supports. Like, the only one I've played recently is Sobek. Though I suppose I played Bacchus earlier today, but I don't think he's a terrible support. Could maybe have done like Hercules or something, but into Sobek, I think Hercules is real bad. Not really sure. I think the best one into Sobek will always just be Ganesh, but I haven't played Ganesh in a little while, so I didn't want to risk it. But maybe I should have. Or maybe I should have just stayed mid, because Gunther probably plays better support than I do. Who knows? My support is definitely rusty. I also don't know why Kai is playing solo, though. It's kind of taking my solo. Oh yeah, I'm dead here. Bullshit. No, I wish people just surrendered earlier, to be honest. That game was over just by picks and bans. Well, picks and bans and the fact that I didn't have shell. Like, Chuck should have had Sunder, and then I should have had Shell. I think that would have been the ideal situation, but Chuck went Shell for some reason. Even like, on Chuck, I wouldn't even go Shell normally. I don't know why he went Shell on Chuck. He's not even against the Odin. Granted, it is jungle, so it could be anywhere, but... don't really think Shell on Chuck is good either way. You should always just have Blink, realistically. But in this case, Sunder would have been better, just so we actually have one. I did steal 1 gold, I guess. Small wins. It's whatever, though. We'll just go again. I just hope that I'm not support this time. I suppose I do keep complaining about being top pick, but at least being top pick means you get your own role. Oh no. Actually, this is fine. I'll play ADC instead. As long as I'm not support, we should be okay. There are just elites on almost every path here. Maybe go up there. I'll just have to settle for ADC. Again. But anything but support, to be honest. Except for jungle. I still hate jungle. Way more than anything else. I can handle support. I think I just gotta play something a bit better than... well, play something better or not pick one into an Odin. Alright, what do we got?
Select your god.
Maybe just do an ETH game. Nope, not doing an ETH game. I'll do an honor game. Damn it, I was wrong. I was gonna pick Neve. What the fuck is their comp? They have so many ADCs. It always baits me. It's probably just gonna be Apollo aspect of support. This time I might try the what's it called? The attack speed build this time. Last time I went crit, because I feel like that is kind of what I prefer, but it's really slow to get online. Maybe I just try the attack speed build on her. He's built-in pen, so at least there's that. It's going double shell against Odin and Morgan too much. I know Sunder is great at securing objective, but it's hard to do objectives after double cage. Yeah, I mean, I think there's argument for it. I think a lot of it just comes down to how you handle it as a team. Because we do have good secure on objectives with it like a Scylla. I think we could have gone double shell. It just feels really bad not to have Sunder early on in duo because of invasion potential. They had Sobek with Sunder. If he invades, we can't do anything about it, and dual lane will automatically just get shit on. That's the main problem. It wasn't really so much for objective secure, it was just so we could actually secure our own buffs. That's why you see almost every support go for Sunder. In terms of like, if they're a good support, they will generally have Sunder. Because if you don't have it, there's just a risk of losing your buff. And then it's gonna feel real bad. I think it's an Aegis game as usual. I'll think about whether Devos is what I want. I might still want to go Devos, just so I actually have good power. But then you go straight into an Audibo like I did on the Artemis game. Probably feels a bit better on Artemis because you actually have like an attack speed steroid on her. Freaking Hui aspect. That's good though in a way. Does means that going Aegis is much better. Those stun to beats. Well, what the fuck, Purple Ober's thinking there?
Your left tower is under attack. Okay. Thanks.
Wow. Professionally missing everything. Fucking hell. Dude, my attack speed is just so bad. I cannot play with it. I need attack speed so badly. On her feels terrible with no attack speed. It really does. It's not why I'm missing my impale though. I'm just bad.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing middle.
My opulence.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
We use level 5.
My
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Follow me. Ultimate is ready.
enemy missing right. My opulence.
Which do I need? 1500?
My opulence.
What the fuck am I suddenly hearing? Jesus Christ. I don't think you guys picked that up because I've muted everything on my desktop, but I guess a stream I had open in the back decided to host someone. Holy moly. The sound that just invaded my ears. Let me just make sure that that doesn't happen again. Okay. Oh, appreciate the raid adapting. But yeah, that wasn't the raid that I heard in my ears. It was a different one. But I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Ally has been.
Let's just secure the oracles. At least.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
My opulence.
we're down. Pretty lucky for us that Jan is laser backed.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't want to overstay.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Our late game is really good. Once again. As long as we just hold on. Theirs is pretty good too, but I do think ours is better. I actually have attack speed now. Feels much better.
Enemy has been slain. Enemies in the right jungle. Be careful, right. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
On my way.
Sorry.
Kick left lane.
Completed.
Out of banana. Enemy ultimate down.
A monument to my opulence. Be careful.
Okay. Let's finish up Oppo.
Be careful, right.
Think nothing of it.
Wait, they had to change on her A sound? Did they actually change it? Maybe it's just this skin? I don't know. I don't remember the old one. Sounds about the same to me.
Enemies have returned to base. Attack the Gold Fury.
Okay.
Okay.
A monument to my opulence.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence.
I can't believe he got both my kills, man.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm saying my kills, but I'm a little sad that I didn't get at least get one of them. I worked for them. Sacrificed everything for them.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's fine though. Getting the kills is the most important thing. I don't think I could have finished off the Apollo anyway. He landed with no HP though. I don't know why he went back in. I also regret jumping over the wall. I should have jumped on top of myself. That would have been cooler.
Enemies in the right jungle.
Fudge.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy spotted.
Attack right lane. No problem. Support the fire giants. Enemies of fire giants. That's a fire giant.
Top of my class with a foil. The fire giant! On my way! A monument to my opulence!
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
A monument to my opulence!
I was dead anyway there. Huge.
Enemy has been
Yeah, I mean, worth it.
Get in the shaka! Get it?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
I definitely don't damage Herc that much. I think I fucked up by going turfing. I should have gone straight into Sunbeam and then Titans.
You're the illest.
No problem.
You're illest. Be careful, enemy missing middle.
Be careful left, be careful left. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has left the game. Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
A monument to my opulence! The rain shall wash them away!
First time I pressed my pillar, it didn't want to go away. I almost just blocked Herox for no reason.
An enemy has returned.
Who is Nickdrift? I'm not sure. Might be a rename. I don't really recognize the name either. I've seen him recently, like for the past week or so, and he's definitely not bad. I played bots in my games earlier as well, where I did pretty well. So I don't know.
Be right back.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle. Retreat!
Your right tower is under attack.
Completed.
They're spending a lot of effort on him. Okay. I was trying to Aegis that whole time, but there's not really anything to Aegis.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Yeah, I mean, I learned that fight as well, that I don't do any damage to Herc. How far away from Deity? I mean, I've been in and out of Deity a lot. I've been on a losing streak lately, so now I'm pretty far away. I'm like 5.2 at the moment. So I am not anywhere close, because I'm losing 70 for every loss, and I'm gaining 50, which also does not help.
A monument to my opulence! Careful now!
Why always me, man? Why is it always me? That's really unfortunate.
I need some electrolytes. On my way.
I like this way, but my main problem with this build right now is that the constant fighting, I'm just not really being allowed to farm. Like, I'm just naturally falling behind now. Like, I have to deal with people that are 2 levels higher than me. Not, I mean, Current did kind of get smacked. It's just... problem has arisen that their whole team was also there.
Defend the fire giant.
Like, I just fucking got Yana salted for what, 900 or some shit? Didn't actually think they were on fire.
A monument to my opulence!
The enemy team has destroyed.
Every fucking fight, I'm having like fucking multiple people. Like, why is Giannis always ulting me? Like, legitimately, it's cringe as fuck. Why is Giannis always ulting me? I wasn't even in the fight for the majority of that. But suddenly when I show up, Giannis is cringe ulting me. Why is Nika playing like a bitch? I guess it's because he doesn't have to ult anyone else.
Like a jaguar. Rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Let's try again. Maybe I can actually kill Hurt now. If he's in front of me. Probably not still, because he's never alone. And the problem arises is when he is with someone. But we'll see. Maybe if I don't get Giannis ulted as well.
Enemies incoming left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain. Amigo.
A monument to my opulence. Careful now.
Run!
A monument to my opulence.
Oh. What the fuck just happened? I think this one is lost. Wow, that did a lot of damage.
Bolts of lightning. Very, very.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Excellent.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Maybe if I could actually hit shit though. He also just doesn't have cooldowns. Like, I do think this is another item that has to be changed in some way, because it's so broken. 4 seconds is a lot for some gods, like Odin's 3 right now. That shit's a 7-second cooldown base. For literally no reason.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower.
So he could just use his 3 twice if you use that shit. If you insta-cast it and it lowers the cooldown on it, you can just use it again. I wouldn't mind if it got deleted as well. I think that item just doesn't make sense. It gives you... It's way too powerful. The fact that it also works on your ultimate is even more overpowered. Right now, though, it does feel like we're just playing without a front line, because, I mean, I don't know if it's just because he's tilted or whatever, but Purple Orb is just absolutely sprinting it down. And I'm always alone. Like, if I got peeling for Herc or like some kind of CC, we could actually kill him. But I can't kill him alone, I think.
He has destroyed the fire giant.
Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, whatever, dude. We just don't have any front lines. Because one of them went Scylla.
Your left tower is under attack.
And the other one is inting. So I just always have a Herc on me that is impossible for me to 1v1. Because he's never alone either. That's so stupid. Pretty sure they win anyway? Probably, because it's 2 tanks, and Cabragan's not gonna stop that. Oh, maybe? No. It's still cooked.
Your titan is under attack. Stay on the friend.
Defeat.
I mean, that game straight up might have been more boring than the Guan game. I enter any team fight and Herc is already on my ass, or Janus for that matter, for some fucking reason. I don't know what the fuck these two are doing. Going for me in these fights when I'm by far not the problem. I didn't even have a chance to be the problem. I always got a Janus ult to sprint it down by a Herc without any peeling. I guess I should have picked a different ADC. Just solo farm. Alright. Probably gonna be my last game here though. Hopefully I actually get solo this time. For once I actually feel like playing my own role. Great, now I'm just on the other side. Now I'm gonna get shit on by Loki. Why did you not skip a queue? Why would I skip a queue? This one is clearly the better queue. I'm not in this to win. I mean, partly I am, but for the most part I just wanted some fun games. I don't mind playing ADC, I just hate playing it when I don't have a support. And my cap was completely sprinting it down throughout that whole game, so I never had any peeling in any sort of way. I like playing ADC, honestly, these days. In a game like that, I don't. Because all that happened to me that game was either getting Janus ulted or sprinted down by Herc when I entered any team fight. Without any sort of help. So. Wasn't Cap looking to gag me most of the match? I wouldn't say he was there that much. He was there like here and there. But every time anything happened, Janus would just ult over or Herc would TP. So, I mean, there was no point for me to even try and walk up or fight. It's completely pointless. So yeah, I'll just pick something now that kind of just sits by itself and at least has some decent survivability. But I'm just gonna have to deal with Hui again. Yep, that's a pretty shitty dual lane for me to deal with. Yeah, Rama is better. I'll take it. And I do apologize if I'm complaining a lot right now, guys. Last few games have been very frustrating. I'm not in the greatest mindset right now. I'm kind of pissed. I'm not in a bad mood, but I am slightly pissed. It's just been so unfun. And the one time, I did kind of complain. I will say it's kind of my own fault. I complain about being top pick all day, but now I've lost enough to the point where I'm not top pick, and now I'm not getting my role, which sucks. I would at least like to get my role. But that is the downside of not being top pick. You might not get it. You're pissed is other streamers' calm state. The thing is, I do get actually mad sometimes, and I start complaining like a motherfucker. But if I reach that point, I'm generally more like, I should just stop, because it's affecting my mood. If I actually get annoyed, I would rather stop. My annoyance in this case is more just that. It's just me being annoyed more than anything else, really. And it's not, yeah, it's not that bad. I can imagine. Right, so it is an Emperor Rama. Interesting. Wait, is it Rama jungle? Rama solo? What the fuck? I don't know what their team comp is. Because that's gonna be a Wukong mid. That much I do know. My daily duality when I stream, though, is I go from playing Smite and somewhat raging, you know, my kind of raging, I guess, being annoyed or pissed, to instantly making some food or something like that, and then I'll play Animal Crossing. That's what I do right now. It's two very different worlds. Like, one is hell, another one is heaven.
How you doing?
Hi, I guess.
I never got around to playing Animal Crossing. So now that I have my Switch 2, that I got a while back, I decided to just start it. I like chill games like that. I didn't know if I was actually going to like this one, though. But like Cult of the Lamb, for example, I like that game a lot as well, but that has combat in it. Animal Crossing obviously doesn't. And we don't have Sunder. What the fuck? What was that? Just need a Bacchus not to chase? I guess I should have also just hit the wave. It's a bit of both, but that's really fucking annoying. Thought I would have survived if I was level 2 though. Dude, I don't know what this guy is doing though. He seems high.
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide.
He might be high, I would believe it. With what I'm seeing. This is why I don't like ADC. It's because it's often shit like this. I think he's not high, to be real. I think he's doing fine. It's just a bit of an unfortunate start to our lane here, but... sometimes you'll get a... it's a duo lane, right? You're playing with someone else. That's what I don't like. That's why I like solo. I just want to be by myself. If I fuck up, it's my own fault. You know, that type of shit. He might have been okay if he didn't jump in front of their wave, though. But no, he's just kind of annoying.
Your middle tower.
Retreat left lane. Enemy spotted.
What are Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
And now that Bacchus is left, I probably have to be a lot more careful. Yeah, the two, or rather my one is based around my passive now. So if you're, oh shit, actually, I'm buying this one. Shit, it doesn't have attack speed in it. Oh, guess I'm delaying that one a little bit. But yeah, it's based around my passive, yeah. So the one gets bigger, the more passive meter you have. So like if I use it right now, it's gonna be pretty small. So on the mage aspect, it's very good, but it doesn't obviously matter that much in non-aspect. I think I can fight him pretty easily once I have Idol online, but right now it's tough. Don't really want to fight him right now. Also just because he has he's a little bit more fed than I am.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right?
Vital Lamp has such a weird build path.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm returning right blade.
Is Soul 3 bugged? No, it shouldn't be. It only explodes in the aspect. If you go non-aspect, it won't explode. Tooltip says it does. Let's see. The trail detonates, dealing damage. I mean, it just means the trail itself, not the, I don't know, I guess, what do you even call it, like the explosion?
spotted.
Well, that sucked. Patience.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that. Stable mutation.
Enemies in the gold yard.
Enemy missing
Enemy missing right.
Enemy spotted. Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Jake left lane.
Enemy spotted.
Your team destroyed the left enemy tower.
Enemies incoming. Retreat.
Yes.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
But yeah, I think that, I mean, we can check right now, actually. Yeah, that does explode. It's just the trail that does it. So, like, rarely is it ever going to be useful with non-aspect. It doesn't really do that much damage either way if you're building strength. So even if it was glitched, I don't think it makes a huge difference. Because I know at least it's not glitched in the aspect. Because in the aspect, it does a fuck ton of damage if you get it often right. But yeah, it's I think it works as intended, but maybe you're onto something. I'm not too sure. You never know with bugs. Sometimes they're tricky as fuck.
Jake right lane.
Okay.
Ultimate. Oh,
Okay.
smooth like a jaguar. Ooh.
You are the no team, man. They are stealing my jungle all time cause you are rotating like an idiot. You are using the ult for a hook on with the ult. You are fucking stupid, man.
Turn down your mic a bit, brother. Yeah, but I mean, he's not wrong though, Bot, because you're doing nothing so far. You're just running into people and dying, man.
Attack fire giant.
It's just, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, guys. Let me just turn him down, or just straight up mute him, because, let's do that.
There's no running from me.
That was very loud in my ears, and if it wasn't because I was in the middle of dying, being sieged upon,
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
then I would have done more.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
I want to TP mid in case they want to go fire, but I have to just fucking go to my own lane.
Very strong. Oh, my horrific.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the fire tower. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Destroyed the left enemy tower. Your right
Just farm as much as possible on this side as I can. I do need to back. I have a lot of gold.
I hope this will last. On my way. Let's go.
The pyromancer has arrived. Enemy missing. Your left tower is under attack.
Right there. Override failing. On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Stable mutation.
Okay, okay, okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is destroyed.
Safety override
Your
failing.
team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Damn, if it wasn't Wukong just sitting behind. Oh well. I really want to do another one, but like playing with people like this Bacchus makes me just not want to try and get one good game in. Should probably just report while I remember though. I don't even know for what. I don't think it matters anyway, to be honest. I'm not sure how he's even bans people right now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, buddy. Giant.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
My Aegis is down, but I think I can probably take most. Might just go for a split push option here.
On my way.
Okay.
Follow me.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack.
Pretty lucky that I ended up catching his dash with my ult. It's just body blocking as well.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Okay. Now I should do a bit more damage to Kipri at least. Question is what the fuck I go last. Because I might do a Fatalis. To be honest. No, I should do Bracer. I forgot about building Bracer. I should have had that shit a while ago. Yeah, no, I completely agree, Hansen. Mopes do be like that. It's not even just Mopes, I guess. Like, honestly, that's any team game. Like, if I think about Counter-Strike, being one man down also is absolutely terrible in Counter-Strike. I think like any game you're trying to play competitive though, it pretty much has that effect. Because it is detrimental to lose someone in a team game. Or be one man down in any way. Though I can admit, in MOBAs it definitely feels a bit more rough in because you're stuck in games a lot longer.
Every game is game 7. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Be right back. Yeah, buddy.
Nowhere to hide.
How much do I need? I need still 1k for a full brazier.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso.
Tragic. How did so much damage that fight?
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your Titan is under attack.
Finally started Persona 6. Persona 6? 5. Oh, okay, there we go. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, nice, man. It's a great game. I like the Persona games.
Defeat.
Yeah, the dialogue and like it's very anime, right? It has all like the usual anime tropes. But I do think it generally just is like a well-written story. Like if you don't like anime, I'm not sure that Persona would be for you. But if you do like anime, then I mean, probably not something haven't seen before. That's the usual. Like I would say 5 has definitely some weird moments, but for the most part, it's pretty harmless. And the story does pick up, and it is really good. I do think it's. I don't remember. It's been a while since I played 5. I don't think it starts that slow. Yeah, there's anime, and then there's anime. I don't think Persona is that heavy on the anime tropes. Like, not that heavy. But it does have moments. where you're like, that's a bit strange. I want to see, actually. Where am I at today? I was at 2.5 when we started. Okay, I mean, it's not actually not. I haven't lost that much. It just feels. It just doesn't feel good. Either way, last 3 games are losses, I suppose. Why did I start today? I started with the Odin game, I believe. So yeah, I mean, I've lost what 4. No, I won 4 and lost 5, but I'm still winning less than I am losing. Like I'm literally just losing like between 60 and 70, while I'm gaining 50 every game. Is what it feels like. But it's okay if I lose enough. If I lose enough, I will end up getting more. Right? That's how it works. Hopefully. I don't want to ADC, dude, but I'll give it for Gunter. I don't want to ADC. I'm done with this role. And this lane, I don't want to support either. But, I mean, I don't want to deny someone their main role when it's kind of the only thing that they play, for the most part. I'm sure Gunter can play other roles, but he clearly only wants to play mid. How could I deny him? Sorry, he had to face my Kepri. Yeah, it was real rough. My Bacchus couldn't handle it. He was so scared of it, he decided to just run into you guys. All the time. Fear overtook him. Odin? End me. ADC is so wildly boring as well. Well, it's not. I don't want to go back on what I said. I like ADC, but I've played this shit a while today. More than I want to. I just want to play solo. I mean, what do I play? I think I'll just play fucking Neath. I'll just play a mage. That's the closest I get. No, that game was really unfun though, because like I'm just dealing with my Bacchus who I don't even know what he was trying to do. Like at level 1 he just chased you guys, even though we won the trade super hard. We could have just taken every single neutral camp for that trade there. But he chased so far, and that kind of baited me, so I chased with him. Then you guys hit level 2, and I fucking died as first blood. I didn't do anything wrong, man. But I was the one punished. Though you could make the argument I should have just focused the wave. I should have just played selfish. And that's probably what I'm going to do this game. I'll play as selfish as I possibly can. If I see no benefit for myself, I will not do it. I will not give in this time. But we'll see. Maybe I can't help myself. That's usually the case. But I'm sure it's fine. Rant over. Let's grab backflip. RNG. Lose 7 HP. It's not max HP though, so give me the gold. A shop? No, I don't need this right now. Some decent stuff though. What do I build then? Are you surprised Silksong is coming just over a week? I mean, yeah, I would say so. Was it a huge surprise? Not necessarily, but I think it's just because they announced there was going to be a big announcement, like whatever, 2 days when they announced it. There's going to be a big announcement in 2 days about Silksong. Well, it's probably going to be the release date. Did I expect 2 weeks? No. I kind of wanted a little more time, to be honest with you, so I could, I guess, prepare a little easier, like make sure that I have the full time to invest into it when it comes out. Now it's not an issue. I'll do it anyway, but I guess kind of. I kind of wish they just announced it at the event. I think that would have been so much cooler and more hype. Because I think them kind of making it it makes it less. Just makes it a lot less hype. Because now you're expecting a release date. If they made a cool trailer at Gamescom when Jeff Keighley was talking about it anyway, that would have been much better. Instead of saying, it's coming out for sure, guys. It's coming out for sure this year. Oh, it's in 2 weeks? Well, I mean, now it's just awkward. Why didn't we just say that then? You know? I think the marketing has been okay up until that point. It just seems a bit strange. Pretty sure that would have hit. It's just out of range.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right.
Attack left.
On my way. Enemies have returned left.
No problem. On my way.
I'ma make it quake! Retreat!
Yes.
The party don't stop.
Didn't realize he was that low in mid. I don't want to back.
I'ma make it quick.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna start with Chronos Pendant. Shut up, Neef.
Okay.
Impressive. Cancel that.
Remind me not to turn
You
you into
rock
a
their
frog.
world.
Thanks. This is my jam. See ya. Mwah. The party don't stop.
Let's make this a delightful disaster.
Attack. Ultimate is ready.
Let's get this rave started. I'ma make it quick. Keep up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Not looking too hot so far around mids.
No trouble at all. I barely had to lift a finger.
It's my jam.
Your left tower is under attack.
Excellent.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Ally has been slain.
A shame.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Promise.
The party don't stop.
We'll get him next time.
No trouble at all. I barely had to lift a finger.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why, man?
Thanks. Completed.
It's looking pretty rough around mid. I definitely understand the tilt, but Like, it just... The second the warrior, keyboard warrior starts, you know, it never ends. Ah, that's... How much do I need? I don't want it back.
Attack the fire giant!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that was just not good. Just need to land that plug, whatever it takes. Did not land. Kinda missed my one as well, which is not ideal, but...
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
What can you do?
Save yourself!
No problem.
Enemies have returned to base.
That's too bad.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Dig middle lane.
Okay, I pressed it.
Your middle tower is under
Get
attack.
this raid started.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy misled. The rain shall wash them away.
I'm on base.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down.
Time to go fury.
This is my day up.
No problem. Completed.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is destroyed.
Enemy has been slain.
Retreat.
See you later.
See ya. Mwah.
Yes.
Thank God I managed to hit my one on the gold. I'll just buy a full rod, I guess. It's too tempting.
No problem. Follow me.
I have never built this item yet. Is this good underneath? I assume it is. Probably buy pen first to make sure that I have it.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's a an item for Neath. No, dude. I don't know where my mind went. I didn't think he was still in front of me. I think my eyes just fucking deceived me. I didn't see... I stopped charging my ult because I thought Sol went the other direction, behind the wall. I got so confused. My eyes just said, no, he's not there. I could have still fired my ult.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That's awkward. Not really a death I think I should have had. Whatever.
On my way. Getting to the lane. On my way. Attack right tower. This is my jam.
Enemy has been slain.
No problem. Your left tower is under Your left tower Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm not sure what happened with Aladdin, but I mean, I hope he comes back. I'm guessing he just maybe lost internet or something. Or power.
Get this raid started.
I'll hit him eventually with something. Oh, it's just bad on me. Missing too much shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're still losing though. Somehow. I guess Odin just ganked mid. And that was that.
Middle tower has been destroyed.
Delightful chaos.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy spotted.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Spotted.
Turn it up.
Enemy ultimate.
Attack the Gold Fury.
The party don't stop.
Be careful.
Retreat. Retreat. This is my jam.
No trouble at all. No problem.
That is actually really strange. So Hu Yi 3 doesn't go on cooldown if it wheels ult like ult midway through. That is really weird and stupid.
The party don't stop.
Gank left lane.
Enemy missing. This is my jam.
The pyroman
Enemy
has
spotted.
arrived.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, the party's this way.
I'm gonna make it. Keep up.
Enemy has been slain.
Get this this raid started.
Fabuloso! Oh, you move like
Remind me not to turn you impressive. Remind me not to turn you into a frog.
Tragic last game. What the fuck am I hearing outside? It's like a fucking gigantic motorcycle. Yep, that's exactly what it is. You might be able to hear that. Someone's trying to show off, I guess. Their gigantic, huge motorcycle right outside. Can't hear it? Okay, good. Because it's annoying as fuck to listen to. I'm just hearing... It's very loud. I'm actually surprised it's not being picked up. 10 out of 10 voice acting. Does it count if it's like just an object? Object voice acting?
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how I should go there. I was thinking about TPing, but then they went the other way, and now I don't know.
Enemy missing left. Be careful middle.
Okay, they just drove away.
No problem. Attack middle lane.
I mean, we're still somewhat even in these fights when they're one man down, and it was incredibly fed Aladdin, so... There's no way I think we would have won this game if it wasn't for his DC. But I kind of hope they either just surrender or leave so they don't lose anything for it. Because this is just weird and pointless that this happened.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
If he comes back though, I would probably still lose, to be honest. At this point, I don't even care what happens. I'm just so done after today. It's been such a roller coaster of games. That's true, he is a shutdown kill, actually. That'd be something. Getting like 300 gold for killing a level 11 at level 20. That'd be some crazy aura farming. Or like anti-aura farming. Use it to defend. Defend my mid.
Enemies in the left lane. Middle lane.
Keep up. On my way.
Attack.
Your right tower is under attack. Free yourself.
I'll take the win, alright? I've lost so much today. I'm desperate enough for wins that I'll take this one. But that's gonna be it for me, though. Alright. It's been 6 hours and 20 minutes, dude. I'd streamed way longer than I usually do. Normally I would stop around 6 so I can make dinner. But thank you guys for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. I apologize if I was a bit more whiny today, because it's just been one of those days, you know. Too many very unfun games in a row in this streak right here, specifically. So yeah. Thank you guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.